Gotcha. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Okay, sounds good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hello.
Can you hear me on stream?
I hear BC's somewhere.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
No. I think I'm good.
I hear Bisu twice, but I don't hear me.
Okay, I'll mute on Discord.
Same.
Okay, is the doubling fixed?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, cool. Al, can you mute on Discord?
Yeah. Jesus. Okay.
Okay, cool. That works.
Alrighty.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay. And welcome back to another day of casting for Guardian Angel League. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but we are back on live. Um, Going straight into this game, we're seeing deleted taking Legion of Threes into trade tree to maximize kind of the usage of spats here with the Bilgewater spat, the Bruiser spat, and Slayers. We've seen these players um, really lean into whatever the spat gives them and then try to play around like a flexible 4 cost to 5 cost board. And it's been really exciting seeing all of these top tier players um, like play around their early game and seeing what they can come up with given the recent changes to the unlocks. Elle, how are you feeling about the unlock changes and what we've been seeing from our players going into play-ins and then day one from yesterday?
Yeah, as a TFT player, I'm a little afraid of the unlock changes. I haven't had too much of a chance to play it myself, but definitely as a viewer, it's a lot of fun. We're seeing a lot of comps that we haven't really gotten to see. Um, Silas has struggled a little bit until this patch. He was a pretty niche use case before, and now we see a lot of late game boards capped out with Silas. We're seeing a lot more Mel as well. So there's just some really cool units, really cool comps that are kind of finally having their time in the sun on the big stage here.
Definitely. I've been really enjoying seeing some AP flex lines, including units like you said, Mel, Silas, and sometimes you would see players cap out their board with Rise. Um,
Mhm.
as we've seen from some stats coming in from day one, Rise Flex has been by far the most played comps across all of our players, and it is also the highest placing in terms of average placement. So Ripple Overdrive spot here with the Shyvana from the luxury subscription and some AP items slammed. Looks like we can probably look for some Fast 9 or like AP Flex going into the capped legendary boards, especially considering the 3-2 prismatic augments that our players have gotten here.
Definitely, it's a really kind of cozy place to be in. Having the little extra defense with the Shyvana out in front of you, and early Shyvana as well is just just beautiful. Buy a little extra time with the Protector's Vow. Um, and then yeah, as you said before, there's a couple of oh, and I have to focus completely on the Ishtal quest. It always captures my full attention.
Definitely.
Oh, I like this trade tree as well. I think both actually had or I'm sorry, there was one Legion of Threes that was Bilgewater, and then a trait tree that got another Bilgewater, and then here we have two Zaun emblems on the board. So we will be seeing a Warwick pretty soon. And in the meantime, Jinx is pretty pleased to have a Void emblem to work with as well.
Definitely. The Zon spats, we've seen Zon Warwick in a couple of different variations, like the Warwick Flex board where you go fast 8, or the Jinx and Mundo reroll version where you stay on 7 and go for the Jinx 3-star, which can pump out so much damage. But those comps haven't really found much success so far in play-ins in day 1. So I'm curious to see how Ready plays this game out, especially with 2 Zon spats. Maybe we can just stay on 5 Zon while filling out our board with Legendary Cap, or we can go for like a 7 Zon board where we just upgrade all of our Zon units and hope for the best um, after hitting that Warwick 2. Hopefully we can start to find like a Lucian Senna in stage 4 and beyond.
Definitely. I mean, even without the emblems, there's some flexibility with Jinx where if you get to a point where you just don't really have the money or the rolls to keep going for rerolls, um, she does pretty well holding her own at a 2-star level. Once she has time to ramp, she really starts dishing out damage. So it really is an interesting line where you can get to stage 4 and kind of decide if you do start looking for that Lucian Senna or if you're able to stick around for a little while longer.
Yeah, absolutely. And given the changes for the Rift Herald unlocks and all of the 4 and 5 costs that you can play in those stage 4 and beyond boards, and given that it's only 2 voids played, I believe now, maybe you can
Mhm.
find some flexible frontline units as well with the Rift Herald 2, which will be relatively uncontested given the fall of Void Kaisa in our popular meta comps. So super interesting lines that our players are taking so far. Here we're looking at Kiyun with a pretty solid spot with bodyguard training and taking Prismatic Destiny into Band of Thieves. So he's taking a full tempo line. He is relatively healthy with 86 going into stage 3 neutral. So I'm really liking Kiyun's spot here with the Noxus AP flex line.
Yeah, great spot to be in. And the Noxus Flex has just really kind of taken a pretty strong hold on the meta in this patch. You can buy plenty of time with something like a LeBlanc or something else to just kind of get you to your levels, get your gold up, and then um, as fast as you can find an Ambessa to put an item on her so you can get Mel on the board.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at Cambulee's spot here, this is really, really interesting. He's taken Radiant Quinsu with Aura farming Annie on bench. So it looks like he's going for the full, like, fast casting Annie. She's going to be throwing Qs out here and there.
I love it.
Um, yeah, I'm loving it. But he is a little bit low on HP and resources. So looks like he will need to find a strong frontline relatively soon before he gets the Annie online.
Yeah, definitely a little tense to be at this point with 17 HP, 10 loss streak. The 10 loss streak, you're getting a little extra money along the way, and looks like we're going to unlock Set in this round as well with Wukong in the front line. But it seems like he's pretty comfortable going for some kind of scary situations in these games this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And Kembele going against JD Zelensky looks like he is going for a Lysandra Seraphine setup, although not the most ideal Piltover mod. So I am curious to see if he pivots into some other AP flex line. Looks like there's a lot of AP players in this lobby, so it'll be a little bit harder to find an uncontested line where you can hit all of those key units. But Campbell going down to one life here. He is
Oh my
on the edge of
goodness.
his seat, trying to find something that can stabilize his board after the 4-2 prismatic. Oh, and there is the updated Galio unlock. He has the Annie online with the Tibbers acting as a super strong frontline here. Just rolling for some extra upgrades to sustain the Annie damage in the long term. But it is a very dicey spot for Cambulee as he just needs to survive because this board is one of the highest cap boards in the entire game, but it just needs to get to that point where the Annie can just maul down all the backline units with the burn that she can apply.
Yeah, we've seen some really cool Annie games. Even just yesterday, there were so many rounds that were just watching the fire slowly burn down a team while Tibbers and Annie are content to 2v8 for half the round. So we might get something like that in this game. Um, Tibbers and Annie really are the team right now. There's some pretty weak units, things like a 1-star J4 doesn't really inspire a whole lot of confidence, but Annie 2 and Tibbers 2 inspire a lot more confidence.
Definitely. I'd be curious to see Cambulee's opponent GG9 here with the Ishtal Expeditionist sitting at, I believe it was 250 Sun Shards. So
Yeah.
we are a little bit behind tempo with the Sun Shards, unless, of course, he just cashed out a quest. But we'll have to keep an eye out for how his spot is looking in the upcoming rounds. Meanwhile, Babsera here with ooh, this spot is looking really, really interesting with the Void Spat, the Malzahar 2, and the Zoe, but only just the Tarek 2 frontline. We usually see this variation with, a Leo and a 3 and a little bit more gold than we'd like. Uh, but
Yeah.
that board, we've seen yesterday that it can just maul down some boards that just like haven't hit the key unit upgrades yet. But we'll see how this fares against the Annie 2 and the Tibbers 2. That Tarek is going to tank so much with the Radiant Gargoyles.
Oh, really, really rough, well placed Lux lasers there. Yeah, that's definitely a board to keep an eye on. Once it gets online with a 3-star Malzahar, it's a lot of deceptive rounds where you think it looks good for you, and then suddenly you have 20 Voidlings breathing down your neck. So he'll be
Definitely.
looking for that really as soon as he can.
Absolutely. Going into this carousel, which units are you looking at in particular if you're any of these players? Like, I'm spotting a Zillion and Ornn, those key 5 costs that might be able to cap out your board. in the longer term. We're spotting GG9 with the immediate Zillion
Yep.
take, which makes sense with the Invoker setup. But otherwise, these units are looking just, a standard a stage 4 carousel. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. If you can find a place for it, yeah, that Zillion would look really nice on an Invoker board, especially with the Milio, with this Ishtal quest. I'd love to see what it is, but potentially if he's going for something big or is looking for a cash out a little bit sooner. Oh, Dragon Guards.
Mm.
Big fan of that. I've had so many Demacia games where I get to 4-2, it feels so bleak, and then I reroll, find Dragon Guards, and just have a sigh of relief for the next stage and a half.
Definitely. I really enjoy these special pairings of units. I think there is another one with Ambessa and Kindred, I believe, with the Chosen
Mhm.
Wolves, and another one that I'm not quite recalling, but this one is one of my favorite ones, just playing into that Demacia line. We can be a little bit more flexible given the Galio unlock being at 7 stars instead of 12, so you can just slot in 5 Demacia, 7 Demacia whenever. Um, but going up against Babzera's board, Babzera still hasn't hit his key units yet, with sitting on 7 Malzahars and 5 Zoes, I believe. So we'll have to see if he can, moving forward, hit those key upgrades and make sure that his board can stand against these fasting Fast 9 boards.
I like this spot as well. The Legion of Threes, naturally with Bilgewater, you're going to have a couple of 3-cost units on your board. And then you have some really good emblem holders. Volibear, Ornn, both very happy to get the extra stats from Legion of Threes. And we have a 2-star Misfortune waiting for us in the next Bilgewater shop.
Definitely. How are you feeling about Bilgewater given the recent Tom Kench unlock has been getting a lot easier in the past couple of patches, and it has been going in, going out of the meta for quite a while. So I'm curious to hear how you were feeling about Bilgewater, like how it's the mid game and late game feeling. Maybe you've played a couple of ranked games, but yeah, curious to hear your thoughts there.
It feels pretty good in the sense of like we're definitely not in a meta where if you see one Bilgewater unit, you click it and coast to a first. Getting all kinds of upgrades and kind of overpowered items. It's in a good spot where you can either go into it early or even sneak in a little bit late and still with pretty good tempo get your units unlocked, get your Tom Kench on the board. And just as viewers of this tournament, there's a lot of potential for just a really gross capped Bilgewater board that you do still have to work really hard for. It's not like it was a couple of patches ago where you could just force Bilgewater and have the time of your life. It's still tricky to play.
Definitely. In deleted spot here, it is a lot more flexible given the 2 extra Bilgewater spats that he has, which can make for, let's say, a Bilgewater Shyvana with some of extra stats coming in from the trait, a Bilgewater Kindred or a Bilgewater Lucian Senna that can just provide so much more value to the board. So I'm excited to see how deleted can start to cap out his board, given that he has Commerce Core and his core selection of augments are just what we see here with the 2 Bilgewater spats and the Bruiser spat.
Yeah, definitely in a good place to stabilize for quite a while and start building up all those resources. Um, uh, Ornn, I believe this turn or the last turn printed a Darken Aegis, so he is just at 1-star basking in HP, just buying plenty of time for Misfortune to make it rain.
Yeah, definitely.
And there's the Kindred.
And there is the Kindred, one of our key units that we have been looking for. And meanwhile, looking at JD Zelensky's board, he did take Dragon Guards, and we do have a Demacia setup. However, we've seen Demacia going on a steady decline in the current meta given the nerfs, and also he, I believe he's still staying on a Lux 1. He hasn't even hit a Lux pair, which is quite concerning at this stage of the game, and considering that it is double prismatic, other boards are looking a lot stronger now. Um, and going up against the Annie 2, who has a Lux 2 on their board. So it's not looking too great for JD Zelensky.
It's a little bit stressful. Yeah, Lux 2 staring you down with a gunblade and two blue buffs. You're eating a lot of lasers very quickly.
Definitely. And like you said, the Lux lasers are just mowing down the
Oh my
backline, and
goodness.
it is not able to be just standing against the Annie 2, Tibbers 2, and the Lux 2. This is
Oh my
a
goodness.
tough game for JD Zelensky.
That was very much like the enemy Lux you run into in an ARAM. Just laser after laser. You're you're still buying items because you keep dying. It's a tough spot to be in.
Definitely. Ooh, looking at Ripple Overdrive's spot here, I am really liking this setup with the Noxus AP Flex. Still on Mel pair, but has an Azir 2 in his shop. I wonder if he is going to lock the shop for that, or if he's just looking for that guarantee, given that he is already at level 9, for that Silas unlock and just going for a higher capped board.
Definitely. And it's going to be worth it to keep an eye on this Mel, already printing before our eyes 5 gold from the Vanquisher spat. She is really the premier unit for that. Oh my gosh, it's
Oh
so
my goodness.
yeah.
Just
Ripple's
raining
gonna be really
gold.
happy to just have this, steady stream of income. If we can, win some rounds and stay alive. Very low on HP.
For sure. And we've just seen two of our players go down. GG9 with the Ishtal Expeditionist but unable to cash out. And Babsera, who was unable to hit the 3-star upgrades for the Zoe, Malzahar, and Leona setup. And over here on Carousel, we have yet another Ornn. Um, and it looks like Cambioli took an Ionia spat. Um, maybe to fill out some of his extra like unit trait maps, maybe put it on a Swain or a Garen for good measure. But uh, speaking of, we're looking at Cambule with a Tarek
Good
2,
turn.
Silas unlocked, and 6 Arcanist online. This board is looking super, super scary, especially with the hold the line that is giving the Annie and the Lux so much extra stats to work with.
Yeah, they are decked out in stats, and Silas with an adaptive Bloodthirster and Ionia emblem, with 6 Arcanists. He's not to be underestimated at the 1-star level. He's still a really really scary unit at this point.
Definitely. Now with Ripple Overdrive at 1 life, facing Kiyu with a Mel 2, the Mels are going up against each other. See who is the stronger, superior Noxus player. Oh, it's gonna be
Oh my
close.
goodness. Ripple sneaking by, giving a little bit of an HP hit to Kiyun. JD Zelinsky in that round as well fell, and now we're down to our top 5. And 3 through 5, 7 HP, 7 HP, 3 HP. So these next couple of fights can be pretty decisive for the standings of Game 1.
Definitely. Looking at deleted spot here, now we have an Ornn 2 with
Oh
how
my
much is
gosh.
that HP bar? We can barely see the health indicators on the Ornn, making it so much difficult to kill.
Oh my
And
goodness.
this board is looking a little bit disgusting, although he does need to put down some of his extra items. There we go, with the Deadman's Dagger on the Misfortune and the Nevoid Quick Blades on the Lucian Senna. It will do so much damage, but how will it fare against? It looks like a 7 Zon Warwick board that we haven't seen much of this game, but that Jinx is going to do so much damage to this front line, and the backline units are gone. And this is the end of
This is
Deleted's
scary.
game for this game 1.
It's deleted and Ripple out that round. We're down to Kiyun, Ready, and Cambuli. Cambuli down to 3 HP, but don't be too fooled by that with a 9 win streak. So he's feeling pretty good about his spot, but has a little bit of HP to work through with the top 2 players right now.
Definitely. We're seeing a lot of success with these AP lines. Cambili has not lost a round since he got the Annie 2 online from the Aura farming. Truly just Aura farming with the Annie 2 Tibbers 2, like no one can beat the strength of that. In stage 4, as long as you just have like a semi-decent frontline setup. So I'm curious to see how these players place against each other. Kiyun with 86 gold going into 6-1, level 9.
Wow.
We just might go to level 10. Maybe looking for a guarantee to hit that Silas unlock and just make this capped board even more capped. This board is looking like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, we're running out of item slots on this board. One more on the Swain, and then just Azir and Briar looking for items. Having three TGs definitely goes a long way for just putting a lot of extra power on your board at these later levels.
Definitely. And there is the Silas online for Cambuli. And it's stunning the Mel and the LeBlanc, which
Oh
is the
my
main damage
goodness.
output for this board. The Lux just lasering down the backline. And the Silas just doing so much work with the Jarvan 4 ult. And it's not going to be close. With the Lux just cleaning up the rest of the board. And that is another win for Cambuli. These late game fights are so much fun to just observe and like just try to figure out what's happening because a lot of lasers and visual effects going on in the board.
Yeah, it gets a little hard to keep track when you have a laser every couple of seconds. There's a ton of fire. Silas is doing one of three different abilities at any time. Meanwhile, another Silas is about to show up with the Garen 2-star bought and sold in this round.
Yep, and there is a fiddle too. Key is going to buy the Silas. See if he rolls down a little bit more to find some of his some more upgrades, maybe a Silas 2 or a Swain 2. That is a huge upgrade to
Swain
just
2 at the
stun
last
what.
second.
Oh, but this Zon board is looking so strong with the Jinx 3.
It's scary. The Loris and the Sejuani at 3 stars, both with the Zaun emblem. They have a a lot of life in them. Sejuani's still alive. Loris low HP, but buying so much time.
For sure, it's going to be the battle of Jinx versus Mel. Have we seen this in Arcane? No, we have not. But Kiyun goes down to Reddy's board, and Cambly is defeated.
Okay, meanwhile. But you're always excited to see somebody, I think it was a 10 or 11 win streak, 3 HP, and playing such an intense line, I think, with, Aura farming Annie. You know you're going to have a strong unit at 4-2, but just to get to such low HP and then, pretty much win out for 2 stages before ending up at third. High risk, high reward, and it paid off pretty well for a third place.
Absolutely. Just so well played from Cambly, knowing that he can't really win streak given his 2-1 augment with aura farming, just trying to survive until he gets the super good setup. But was a little bit short up against Kiyun's now super capped Noxus board and Reddy's Zon board with the Jinx 3 just mowing down everything I can see.
She's Fatal 6 onto the Jinx was the difference maker in that last fight.
Mm. All right, what a game one that we just saw. We saw so many different comps being played. Although Ishtal Expeditionist felt a little bit short compared to, the super high capped, like, big rock boards that we're used to seeing, maybe a Nidalee 3 from Weijin Iverson that we saw in the last couple of cups. And also continued seeing success of the AP flex boards capped out with the Mel, Annie, Silas, all of those units just being such a pleasure to witness the late game fights for.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, they're so visually exciting. You get a lot of firepower from just Annie casting over and over again, fire just slowly taking down the back line. And then in the meantime, you have, Fiddlesticks getting to the back line in that last fight, taking down Jinx little by little. Obviously, having a Silas on the board to do all of his abilities. Really high stakes, exciting fights in the last couple of rounds there.
Definitely. I'd also love to take a look at the current player standings because I believe in day 3 we will have relegations every 2 games. So I'd love to go over some of the players that we need to keep an eye out for that are in the standings for relegation in the bottom 8, I believe. Um, so let's take a look. Okay, so we have Panny Andrew still hanging on, of a very close call from day 1. Our Ardix and Reddy that we've seen in the last game playing a really good game with the Jinx Warwick setup. JD Zelensky and Slice Down all are kind of in the standings for getting relegated after game 8. We did see JD Zelensky kind of snagging the sixth with the AP setup, so he'll need to have a little bit more firepower going into game 8 in order to survive to the next couple of games. Any players that
Yeah,
you'd like to
definitely.
call out?
It's overall, I think it's definitely worth kind of like looking at the structure just of this day two, where, you know, day one you're looking at just 6 games of kind of setting the stage, and you know, game one or sorry, game seven, so game one today, um, you're not eliminated at that point, but you do have to lock in for 8 and then the subsequent ones. I'm always, on the lookout for these spreadsheets of, you know, what happens after you see 1 point on the board, 2 points on the board. Like, how do you bounce back? So I'll be curious to see kind of as these other lobbies come in of where people have ended up and then how they respond.
Yeah, definitely. On the flip side, we will have four players just going out and qualifying to week 2, like Brosev, who had a stellar performance in the first 6 games of this weekend. Will we see a continued domination of Brosev for him to qualify into week 2 and kind of observe the rest of his study group? We also have Conda from the Latin American region, which we've seen a couple of games yesterday. He has been having a superb tournament so far, so we'll have to see how this players perform and see who will make it to games 9 and games 10. I'd also take a look at, if we have a little bit of time, to look at the top comps that have been performing in um, this past weekend so that we have a little bit better of a grasp on what compositions our players will be playing going into our second game of the day. Okay, so top comps for week 1, as we briefly touched on, Rise Flex continues to show some domination, with a lot of players flexing into either a Fairlord Rise setup, a Bilgewater Rise setup, or anything that they can hit, because Rise has been getting a lot easier to unlock at level 9. I'm surprised to see Targon Malzahar at a 24 count with an average placement of 4.04. This is one of the comps that we haven't seen too much of in the past cups, but given the increase in power levels of these 3-cost rerolls, I think is really worth pointing out to see like if other players are playing 4-cost AP lines, maybe we can pivot into a 3-cost AP reroll with that Zoe and Malzahar pumping out so much damage. Um, yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts here, Al, on anything worth pointing out in the top comps, anything that you're looking out for in the next couple of games.
Definitely. I knew Rise Flex was going to look good. I didn't expect to see a 30.3%. Um, it's a really scary number to have such a high win percentage. And then kind of on the other corner, Melflex at 0%, a little bit surprising so far. Um, kind of historically, or in recent days, it's looked really strong, kind of in the tier lists. Um, and it's a decently popular pick at 21 plays so far, but hasn't quite panned out in the meantime. I'm curious to see if maybe there's a turn on that today, or if um, the mood has maybe shifted a little bit, and people are saying maybe Mel's not quite as worth the trouble as we thought it was, and we'd rather lean in towards the Rise at a 3.24 average through 33 games.
Absolutely. This might also be a phenomenon of LeBlanc being such an extraordinary unit carrying those AP items into stage 2. And a lot of players, if they see an early Scion, they might think, oh, I'll just slam the AP items on the LeBlanc and going for that Mel flex line, resulting in a little bit of contest as we've seen from the last game. Just two-star Mels facing up against each other to see who has the better setup. Um, and some other comps that we're seeing here with the Bilgewater Flex, Bilgewater continuing to be a super high skill expression trait where you need to make so many micro decisions with the Silver Serpent chops and how to deal with some units going in and out, like the Alawi and the Graves in the late game. and having a decent amount of success with a 17.7% win rate. Um, Meanwhile, Jinx Mundo reroll, like we've seen, it can be strong, but if you don't hit, it just doesn't quite have the firepower to get through some of the high capped boards.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm happy to see some good stats on the Annie Legendary Flex. As someone who just enjoys watching the champion be played, I'd like to see the number of games go up. But 25% win rate, 3.58 average, and top 75% or top four percentage at 75. She's really solid. It takes some work to get to that board and to get all of your Arcanists to kind of maximize her power, but if you get there, it's really worth it.
Absolutely. Also, in comparison, Silas Flex, it feels like Annie and Silas Flex are kind of they go hand in hand, but we're seeing continued success with these arcanists that have gotten a little bit easier to play with the unlock conditions changing. And on the other side of Arcanist, it's worth pointing out that Ari Reroll has been finding a lot of success in this tournament with an average placement of 3.82. We really haven't seen 3 cost shine throughout the first half of the set, so I'm really glad that we are seeing some of our 3 costs like Ari, LeBlanc, and also notably Darius in the front line just finding so much success going up against some boards that may not have as many upgrades after their 4-2 roll down. And also, it's worth noting that Ishtal continuing to being played with a play count of 11 and a relatively high win rate as well. Um, yeah, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this meta spread so far with the variety of comps that we're seeing or any favorites that you'd like to see from our players moving forward.
I don't know if maybe I've just been casting a lot of the games that have included Ari reroll, but um, maybe I'm biased by that. Maybe I'm biased by the fact that the couple of games that I've played in this patch have been a lot of Ari reroll. Um, I think it's a lot of fun. I'd love to see more. And it really is just such a dopamine hit to get an early Ionia unit in your board, have a quick look and see Path of Spirit so you can just start casting and dishing out a lot of damage. So I'd be down to see a couple more. With whatever angle somebody takes, if they're going to lean more into the Yone or take another angle. But she's been a lot of fun, and it's nice to have the high stakes stage of this tournament to have 3 cost rerolls back online.
Yeah, absolutely. I am loving seeing, a tanky Darius kind of take down everything while the Ari mows down. The rest of the units definitely enjoyed seeing a 1v1 for Darius and Baron at some point in the tournament. That was just so much hype. With It's barely a 3 cost unit, but it can stand its own against a legendary Baron. So there have been such hype moments going into this tournament. And also going into some of the players here. Ki Yoon notably playing this weekend, he has been kind of a veteran in the TFT scene where he first made a breakthrough in set 3 with only playing mech and hitting rank 1. Um, no pivot, me mech was a kind of a legendary introduction into the scene. But we are seeing him kind of struggle to get top placements in the Pro Circuit tourneys. And current set, we have him at 21st, just going into this weekend. Um, but he's one of those players that has a really unique meta read, and he is capable of playing some lines that he knows really, really well down to the T. So I'm really excited to see if he can make it to Worlds in this current regional set.
Definitely. I mean, yesterday in those first 6 games set himself up really well for today. And in the game we just saw, definitely carried that momentum really strongly into these next games. So we'll have a chance to qualify soon. And even if the next game isn't quite what he's hoping for, he has plenty of chances and is positioned really well on this leaderboard so far.
Definitely. Moving on to our next player, Reddy. We haven't seen too much of Reddy in the competitive TFT scene so far. He is not in the Pro Circuit tourney, which means that he has climbed all the way up from the Tier 2 tournaments into regionals. And having 4.08 tournament AVP so far, which means that he has been having a stellar tournament, and we've seen some of his gameplay in the last game with the 3-star drinks kind of coming down and taking over some of the weaker boards in this pool of players. But I'm always I'm always rooting for the underdog story here, so I'm personally rooting for Betty.
I'm right there with you. I love an underdog. I love to see somebody, bounce back from not the strongest game, but to, as immediately as you can, start to get some points on the board.
Absolutely. Going into game two of day two here, we're seeing some familiar names on the side. Most notably, Broseph, who we've seen is at the top of the leaderboard currently. So we'll have to see if he can make it out after two games to week two of regionals. On the flip side, we have Penny Andrew, which we've seen barely making it to day two. So we'll have to see some strong performances from him for him to survive the relegation. Any of these players are that you're personally keeping an eye out or um, rooting for?
Yeah, I've had some fun. I mean, the first day of the weekend, Shoma was a really fun watch. Played some really kind of knife's edge sort of lines, and some of those games went well and some didn't go as well, but really exciting to watch. And then Kaiwing had just a disgusting capped Bilgewater game this weekend as well. So I think anytime somebody, you know, plays kind of just exciting lines or just kind of plays something to the maximum of its ability, they definitely enter my radar for the subsequent games.
Yeah, absolutely. This pool is just completely stacked. Some of the names that we haven't mentioned so far, Spencer and Bobster, who I believe have won at least one regionals in the past few sets. And Ladderstale, who's been consistently showing such strong performances in the Pro Circuit tourneys. So this game will be one to watch for sure. Going into 2-1 augment selection here, I wonder if it'll be it is not a prismatic. Um, sorry to deliver the bad news, chat, but we do have a gold augment, which is good news for our players, which means that we can play for some of the more standard lines or some things that they have a little bit more reps on to minimize the amount of variance that they will see in these early game shops.
Definitely have a patient study pick here. Very sensible. Econ is really king in this patch. Um, there were some interesting choices in those last rerolls. You couldn't really imagine this position clicking on no scout, no pivot. So patient study does seem like the right move to just get some extra XP and start getting those levels for the late game.
Absolutely. Looking on the side here, we see a lot of econ augments being taken. And Spencer here with an Arcanist and Void Spat from the Spreading Roots. This is an interesting one. I wonder if he will go into kind of an Arcanist flex that we've seen so much success from looking at the stats in the past weekend, or if we're just going to go into like a Malzahar setup. This is a very flexible spot, so I'm interested to see where he's going to take this game.
It definitely gives you a lot of options, and you're not too much of in a rush to decide if you have a reasonably strong early game board. You have Jin with those emblems on and able to win you some rounds. So no rush to lock into a line just yet. And of course, as we've talked about earlier, just a lot more flexibility in this patch to move into those late game boards kind of without deciding it 2-1, 2-2.
Absolutely. We have seen also some Void games where players would take, let's say, like a worth the wait Cho'Gath into a fast Baron setup, which is technically still possible. We haven't seen the 3-2 augment choice yet, but definitely a lot more flexibility. Meanwhile, Broseph playing lifting competition. I really like lifting competition as a 2-1 augment,
It's so
especially
fun.
if you have bruiser upgrades. Like you can play into like a Fairly Rise setup, you can play into like a LeBlanc setup. There's a lot of things that you can play, and the injection of resources that you get from hitting those bruiser breakpoints. It just makes TFT like a little bit more enjoyable to play, in my opinion, to have some sort of quest that you hit mid game and playing off of what you get.
Definitely. I think it's they're fun to play and they're fun to watch. Having an augment that's kind of a mini game in its own way, or just the Ishtal trade is its own set of mini games. Just a little something to kind of change the way you play the game. I'm always looking, as I'm casting as well for augments that really change how you play. Things like 9 lives, where um, the way that your HP works is completely different from the rest of the lobby, and it really changes just how you plan out your rounds, build your boards, and lose tactically early on.
Absolutely. I'm really liking Brizip's setup here. With the early Sona upgrade, have the LeBlanc unlocked, have plenty of units on your bench so that you can either make 20 depending on if you win, or you can just keep on holding for the level 5 in, which is going to be the Briar, I believe, for the 3 Noxus. And Noxus has been getting a lot more powerful in the most recent patches, where 3 to 5 Noxus is just going to stabilize your board so much in stages 2 and 3.
Definitely, and I'm sure Brosep's really happy to have the Sunfire and the Sign as well. Was probably influential just in that decision to click lifting competition. Make sure that you can get your extra takedowns on Scion, pump up his HP, and hit those breakpoints as the game goes on.
Yeah, going into stage 2 carousel, I don't see any units that our players are looking for that might like cap their board earlier on, but we do see Bobster going for um a Scion maybe to go for a LeBlanc unlock as well. We never know until we kind of hit that stage 3 where these players are headed. In some cases because he's also taken bodyguard training, which is a pretty flexible combat augment, just going in, playing for scale. Um, so I am curious to see if we do see a contested Mel Flex situation going on with maybe Broseph and some other player kind of going head to head with Mel or Annie or Silas going on their boards.
Definitely. And I'm curious to see Panny Andrew picked up the Melio off of that carousel and already had a Nico and a Kiana to work with, so might be going for a little bit of an Ishtal angle. Um, we can always hope for the big, exciting Ishtal quests. I would of course accept, the humble 300 cash out and just kind of playing for tempo, but I'm always hoping, maybe we'll go for a 500, 600.
Definitely. I never lose hope to see maybe a big rock on screen, maybe a big rock too. Or we have yet to see this in tournament, but if you do hit that 7 win quest post stage 4, you can have 1,000 cash out where you have a 3-star 5 cost. So I'm always looking out for those hype moments.
Sign me up.
Looking at Ladder Slayer's position here, we have slammed a Shojin, just holding on to those Nikos and the Bard online. I wonder if we will go into a more traditional Bard reroll setup or some other AP line that we haven't really talked about yet. Their position, I think, is super, super flexible just going into stage 2 neutrals.
Definitely plenty of room to work with. It could all be decided or, kind of keep it open at the 3-2 augment as well if it's going to give you a lot of tempo to get levels and play something kind of more late game built, or if you can get some strength in the mid game and to go for that Bard reroll. So we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, we're going up against the Battle of the Lost Streakers. Kai
Yeah.
Wang is not happy to see his matchup against Shoma. Um, with the 4 loss streak just being lost going into neutrals and with a calculated loss. So, uh, super tough early game for Kai Wang, who was hoping to
It's
get that
tough.
maximum econ breakpoint.
Yeah, it's so interesting that that's one of the most stressful parts of TFT sometimes is, there's late game when you have a bunch of cat boards going head to head with, 10 plus units on the board. But sometimes you're a little bit more stressed out by your 4 unit, 1-star everything, no items, stoppable force, movable object fights.
Definitely. Speaking of players who are kind of in opposite spots from the 2 players that we just seen, Broseph, level 6 already, with the 100 HP just going to stage 3 super, super strong with the Mundo pair from neutrals. I
Oh,
wonder if we are
wow.
going to keep that or just sell it for econ.
Yeah, that's pretty blessed orb to get the Mundos when you're playing lifting competition already. And as you said, already at level 6, so getting closer to those bruiser breakpoints to get those cash outs, really kind of blessed orb to have.
Absolutely. And I I think Broseph was going for the Kabuko unlock as well to make sure that they have 4 bruiser going into 3-1. Meanwhile, Spencer here has an early Seraphine and a Lux.
Oh,
What a
wow.
shop to see from Spencer.
Yeah, Spencer got to be thrilled about that. And just to have, I mean, the JG Nashor's Arcanist emblem on a Malzahar, um, you know, don't be fooled by a 1 star. He's going to be dishing out a lot of damage, getting a lot of Voidlings online to just tear through these bruisers.
Yeah, definitely. Going up against Broseph, the Battle of the Windstreakers, one person will lose their win streak going into 3-2 augment choice, and it looks like it is going to be Broseph. That Arcanist Malzahar is pumping out so much damage, and it's just not going to cut it for Broseph. And our 3-2 augment choice, it looks like we will not have a prismatic augment, but um, would be interested to see what our players go from here. Will we take some extra econ to go for a more capped board going fast 8 and fast 9, or will we take a little bit of firepower with utility augments like Earth's Gambit or some other combat augments if you are looking to scale your board and potentially make it more powerful for the late game?
And definitely, Spencer's still considering explosive growth and exclusive customization. Get a perfect item and a little extra cash, and that's where we're gonna go. Is the 10 gold lucky item chest. Make sure that you have something ideal for one of your units. A Golemify on the board.
Ooh,
it
I
it's
love
so much
seeing
fun. I love
Golemify.
those. And honestly, that's a really good unit pickup from the Augment as well. Rek'Sai 2 with these items can carry a lot of fights for you in stage 3.
Absolutely. We haven't been seeing so much of Belveth or Slayer Flex, but given this item setup, it looks like we might go into, seeing a Belveth. Maybe if you hit a Yasuo 2 along the way, just going for a Belveth Yone setup that we have seen a couple of times. So interested to see how he takes this like melee flex, or if he will just go into a Warwick for some reason, just maybe spotting an extra Jinx in his shop and deciding this is an uncontested line, maybe I'll take it.
Yeah, dread it, run from it. Warwick is inevitable. There's always a Warwick angle.
There's always a Warwick angle. You cannot escape from the wolf. Speaking of Warwick, we do see Bobster with perfect Jinx items and going to level 7 just so that he can unlock the Warwick going into stage 5. This spot is looking pretty decent for Bobster, even though he is lacking a little bit of upgrades on his board currently. This has the potential to snowball into something that is super, super powerful in the late game.
Yeah, this could be one to watch for sure. Just throwing the spatula on Vi to make sure you get that unlock, and holding on to the anvil as well. You might imagine with the spatula I'm waiting for. I think it's a glove to go with that for the Zon emblem. So probably gonna pop that right before carousel. Make sure that you can complete some kind of item, even if it's not the emblem that you want, but to have something ready to go on 3-5.
Absolutely. We
Oh,
could
Jinx.
also, ooh, that Jinx unit is so powerful in the mid game.
She's something.
Oh my goodness. Um, Also, one thing to note from Bobster's board right there, we could wait for a Reforger to see if we can get one and go for a Juggernaut spat, which we've seen is so powerful on Warwick if you can get that
Definitely.
online.
Yeah, the Juggernaut Warwicks that we've seen this weekend have just been terrifying, honestly. You get a Juggernaut emblem and then something like Titans and Sterix or something to just have a Warwick that lives for a shocking amount of time and just tears through enemy teams with the Jinx.
Yeah, definitely. One thing worth noting, Spencer is still win streaking. An 8 win streak with a Malzahar 2 upgrade and a Rift Herald online as well. So it looks like we are going
Ooh.
for maybe a Malzahar 3 angle, depending on what we hit going into stages, later stages 3 and stage 4. Um, Now we see that Warwick online has a misfortune to get the Gunslinger for the Jinx. Um, and this is just such a great shot for Bobster to set up his stages 4 and beyond. If I were Bobster, I would be super, super happy going in. And especially because he also has bodyguard training that will be scaling his board as he goes into the later levels.
Yeah, definitely a very good position to be in right now. And something to keep an eye on is you were talking before about that what that QSS and BT were going to become if it was going to be a Belveth maybe. And Panny Andrew did actually take a Belveth with a bow off that carousel. It already had Yone unlocked at that point. So it is looking like going to be a Yone angle, but interesting to see if it's going to be Belveth or not, or if she was just a little extra flush of cash on the carousel.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing how powerful Jinx with a Rage Blade and Kraken can be, just mowing down all of Kai Wing's board in just 5 seconds. This Oh, and there is a Warwick pair as well. We are rolling for some key upgrades here, maybe hoping for a Jinx too. Pulling a little bit more. And Broseph, who took the gold augment that will just give you a little bit of extra gold, and we take care package.
Not bad. That's a nice item set to have on Scion. Um, Interesting to see what he's going to do with these swords. You might have a Shojin later on, and then another sword to burn. But the items on the board right now are really nice for this comp, and just to keep giving Scion more time to build up those stacks and build the HP for the lifting competition.
Yeah, definitely. The LeBlanc 2 upgrade there was also huge. We will see how this fares against the Yone, now with the QSS and the BT. But this Noxus setup is just so powerful. Before you start to have a stronger front line, maybe with some key forecasts like the Swain or like Wukong that we will be seeing from these players in stage 4. Meanwhile, seeing Shoma here, it looks like he unlocked his um, savings account with 70 gold, just sitting waiting for a big roll down on 4-1. We shall see what he goes for if he does decide to go for Lysandra Seraphine setup, given that he has Continuum Cogs and we have yet to see what his 4 Piltover is. But we still know that it can be very powerful if you can get the set of Piltover mods unlocked for those 2 units.
Yeah, definitely good to keep an eye on. He has a duplicator in the bank as well, so this 4-2 roll down, if he goes at angle, could be really good for him.
Definitely.
Oh,
And
these are
there's
good
the
rolls.
Braum and the Seraphine. Oh, we've sold the Seraphine.
Still interested in Lysandra though. But yeah, this could be really good. I mean, a Braum pickup already, so worst case if we don't hit the Lysandra, which we do, we would have a duplicator. So hitting some key units and still have a duplicator ready to go if you need to, round out with a Swain later on or one of those frontline units to really beef up your tanks.
Absolutely. We do pick up that Ornn there, which was a little bit late going into this round, but going up against Spencer, who has an Annie, level 8, 50 gold, just in an amazing spot. He is still 100 streaking, going into 4-1. This is quite a game from Spencer that we're seeing here, but maybe not quite enough to go up against Lysandra too. We shall see. Oh, but the Annie is just mowing down the
Oh my
backline, and it's just
goodness.
not going to be enough for Shoma.
Rolling into 4-2 augments. Hopefully, well, we can do a gold. Gold is fine. I don't mind gold. We'd always love a prismatic, but can't always get what we want.
Definitely. Ladder Slayer taking Duo Q. And those 2 5 costs I'm always happy to
Wow.
see popping from the DOQ, a Fiddlesticks and a Shyvana. They slot in pretty well with a lot of the 5 cost value boards that we will be seeing a lot more from these players. Um, but already level 9, hitting the
Oh
Shyvana too,
wow.
has an Azir in
Immediate.
shop.
Thinking
And
about
we're
the Ornn, we can start printing some artifacts.
definitely putting that forward thinking gold into use as he will go for maybe keeping an eye out for a Garen to unlock a Silas because is already level 9 with his AP items and also keeping a lookout for the Annie. Speaking of Annie, we go up against Spencer. Uh,
Here she
this
is.
board is looking so scary. That Shelly is going to do a lot of work for this front line as the Annie starts to do work. Um, and we can see just how powerful this Annie unit can be. Oh, but the Shyvana too is just putting in so much work. Oh, what a close fight. And
Wow.
Ladder Slayer takes that one.
Really clutch Hand of Justice on the Shyvana, hitting that upgrade and that roll down and getting just enough extra power and extra healing on the Shyvana to clutch that round.
Definitely. And we do see a Rise unlock here
Ooh.
as well. So we might see a first appearance of Rise Flex so far going into today. And there's the Fiddlesticks 2
Oh
online Rise
gosh.
pair. Tarek 2, Ladder Slayer is just hitting all of his upgrades in the past couple of rounds, and this board will be a force to be reckoned with if he can hit those 2-star backline. And there is the
And
Rise.
the
Speaking
two-star
of,
rise.
oh my goodness.
And he's really making the most out of all these trade sector roles and however many roles he had from playing the Bard earlier. Just already at 4-3, having so much power and units on the board.
Absolutely. This board against Bobster's board, this can be a little bit interesting given that Azir's Sand Soldiers make it easier for Warwick to wrap around and potentially go for the rise. Um, we will see if his front line is strong enough to support the rise, just putting out so much damage. And it looks like it will be enough. Bobster loses that fight in Ladder Slayer, unlocks the Renekton.
I'm curious to see if anybody wants this pan. A lot of good uses for it. If people are going to, even just if nothing else to, round out your front line a little bit. I don't know if anybody's going for any really juicy like invoker lines or anything, but it is a little hard to justify on 1 gold if you're in a bit of a pickle. But if somebody's already kind of in a comfortable spot, you can justify rounding out your traits a little bit.
Yeah, for
No one
sure.
does, but it's a nice thought.
Absolutely. Just I am spotting Broseph spot here with the 3-star Mundo now. I wonder if we did get it from 3 threes on his 4-2 augment, but we do have the Volibear online. We have a 2-star LeBlanc that will put out a decent amount of damage as we try to look for maybe a Mel. We have an Ambessa in shop, but I'm curious to see how Broseph navigates this board going into the late game.
I'm always so stressed watching somebody move around all the Freljord. Just arranging all your units, putting the statue down.
Definitely. I believe we are seeing 4 unlocks on this board as well with the set, the Kabuko, the Volibear, and the LeBlanc. So, yeah, this Invoker board just has so much potential to flex around whatever you hit. The unlock conditions have been getting easier as we have been talking about. But Broseph at level 9 potentially going for also a rise, and we unlock Ziggs as well. So this power level is just going to shoot up as we put those AP items on the rise, selling the Blanc immediately. Hopefully we hit a set 2 or a Volibear 2, which will be some key upgrades for this Freelord Rise setup.
Yeah, definitely, LeBlanc. Thank you for your service. You you did a great job for the first couple of stages, but we're gonna let Rise take over. One of our strongest comps of the patch, and something that's been doing exceptionally well this weekend already.
Absolutely. We'll see how this board fares against now a Yone 2 and a Yasuo. The Blood Brothers Pact bonus will be really strong to just buffing this Yone. And Panny Andrew, we will see if the Yone can get to the rise. That is the main DPS output for this board. But the Mundo 3 is healing so much. Will it be enough? The rise is still doing so much damage, but it will just go down in front of the might of the sword for Yone.
Yeah, that's intense, and I mean, just so much power for that board as well. I mean, to have the Wukong with 2 items remain alive for the entire fight, a lot of the value of Wukong is having him go into his passive and just keep an extra tank on the board for a little bit extra long, but just to buy enough time for Yone to wipe out the board while still having Wukong not use his passive. Definitely a good indicator of Panny Andrew being in a good spot.
Definitely. Speaking of good spots, Kai Wang's spot is also looking pretty solid here, going on a 5-win streak in stage 4 with the Juggernaut Garen, which we've seen a couple of times, but not as much. But that Juggernaut spat is going to give that Garen so much more durability, and just enabling it to be a super tank for the Lux that will start to, ult the backline and start to put out a lot of DPS.
And Juggernaut on the Garen, um, definitely helps to have it a little extra enabling from um, the Nautilus, who's also going to bring in Warden for Xinjiao. And then running it out with your kind of ubiquitous Juggernaut of Swain, and then a humble Poppy one to bring in Demacia as well. So really good traits for for this Garen to just be so beefy.
Absolutely. We haven't been seeing so much of this more traditional 7 Demacia setup ever since the Demacia nerfs. But we are seeing a Demacia standoff. Kai Wang versus Shoma, both playing a Lux 2 backline with Galio unlocked, those invokers trying to uh, just mow down the front line. But Shoma's board is looking a little bit stronger with that Zillion, which we've seen to be such a strong unit just going into level 8 and level 9.
Yeah, it definitely helps to have a Zillion, just throwing those debuffs across the board. Um, and cutting through the Juggernaut Garen that we've been gassing up, but just a really good board strength. Lux had great items as well with the JG Nasher combo to just start cranking out as many lasers as possible and whittling down the back line before getting to the final couple of units.
Yeah, definitely. I was laughing at Shoma just striking up his fist in victory after he wins that crucial fight. Um, but going back to Broseph's board, with the Rise, but we still haven't hit a Volibear or a Rise upgrade, which will provide this board with such an insane power spike. But that Warwick is looking mighty scary.
Yeah, that's a big dog. With the QSS Titans combo as well. He buys himself a lot of time. He's not getting CC'd. He is just drain tanking for really as long as he wants to give Jinx enough time to wipe out the rest of your board.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tough spot to be in for Broseph, who started out the game pretty strong with a 5-win streak, but unable to hit any of these units, considering that these units are pretty heavily contested in this game. We've seen a couple of Rise unlocks already, um, and it's just sitting on Lysandra one because we do have a couple of Invoker setups as well. That set upgrade is pretty substantial, but considering that we don't have enough items, um, speaking of upgrades, we do hit the crucial Volibear too.
Whoa.
We'll see if that makes a difference going into this fight against Shoma. And the crash test dummies just stuns the Volibear immediately.
Yeah, Crash Test Dummies is another one of those augments that it's so fun to click. It's so fun to watch just to have this training dummy get in your face, stun your board, waste a couple of seconds. Um, in this case, it's not going to buy enough time. Honestly, that was such a scary turn in the last like 10 seconds for Broseph. That clutch decision to sell the 3-star Mundo, who looks like such a good tank, get you a little extra gold, do the extra rolls to get the Volibear upgrade, and then to put the items onto the upgraded Wukong. Very intense high stakes situation and making the most of his gold and what's on the board.
Definitely. We did see two players go down in the last round, Shoma and Ladder Slayer, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we are down to our top 6. Looks like there aren't any key 5 costs that we should be looking out for, except for that Annie that DQA is holding on to. Oh, and look at the setup from Spencer. I just spotted an insane AP board with the Mel2, the Rise Online, that Nasus,
Oh
and the Ornn
gosh.
is just providing so much extra HP to the board. This is looking hard to beat.
Yeah, that's a tough front line to get through. Um, Nasus, all of his HP and resistances, 2 shields and a Warmox to work with. You're buying a lot of time for your Arcanist Mel to just start melting boards.
Absolutely. Spencer fighting Broseph on 1 life. If I were Broseph, I would not be happy to see this matchup in a crucial game as well to see if he can make it out after 2 games. We will see if the Volibear will be enough to get through the beefy front line. Oh, but the backline units, there's just so much going on. And Broseph goes
Oh
down.
my goodness.
What a close fight from Spencer and Broseph, but unfortunately, we will see two of our players go down this round as well. Broseph snagging the fifth and Kai Wang with the sixth. And we are down to our top four players. DQA, speaking of, we have a Baron online with the Golemify. How did this happen?
Wow. Uh, Exciting combo. We have a Mel as well with some really nice items. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier. Golemify is such a fun augment. Just get a little extra frontline to work with. That being said, Rift Herald with these items, not a bad frontline either. But we're really buying a lot of time for Mel and the Baron to put some work in.
Definitely. This is going to be yet another fight of the Mel's, but one side has a Baron and a big Golem to work with. The Baron goes off. The Mel ults and just wipes half of DQA's board.
Oh my goodness.
And down goes DQA as well. Spencer just putting in the work to eliminate all of these players with the Blitzcrank. I personally find that Little Legend to be a little bit BM because of the execute animation. But he is just dominating this lobby.
Yeah, what a crazy round. I mean, so much power on the board. Just some really disgusting tanks, and then to get the Silas with the Wits End as well. Not something you really want to run into.
Definitely. Penny Andrews still holding on there with the Yone and now a Silas online as well. This board is looking pretty strong, although I'm not sure if it has a chance against Spencer's super capped AP setup that he has currently.
Yeah, we have a little gold to work with. We might be looking for, a Miracle Yone 3. Would be happy to have a Silas upgrade, maybe a set upgrade, get a little bit extra power, and hopefully get some good items to get a little bit more damage going other than just the Yone and TG Silas.
Absolutely. I did spy Spencer just cherry on top, hitting the Rise 2 upgrade. I believe that was the final key upgrade for that board. So we shall see who Penny Andrew fights. And it is going to be the Rise 2 Mel 2. The Rise now has a Radiant
Oh,
Blue buff as
Radiant
well
Blue.
from the Mel. Oh, and this is just brutal.
Yeah, this I would not want to run into this board at any point in my games either. So much power out of these expensive units. Radiant Blue, Nashor's JG. He's casting a lot and he's hitting hard.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe not enough for this
Although,
Yone though. It is enough.
oh,
I'm always so tempted to make a little commentary on the last couple of units and then be wrong.
it might have been a ghost board difference there, but Spencer just keeping his win streak, cruising along. And I'm keeping an eye out for who Bobster faces because he is at 12 HP, which is one life considering that we are in stage 6. And Penny Andrew fights the real Spencer now.
Have fun. Set sent back immediately. A little bit of awkward items on set, but um, you're happy to at least have a gunblade. Set coming back into the fight, getting half an ult in before dying, but there's just so much power on Spencer's board. The Nast is at full HP, backline units full power. And that's going to be another player eliminated.
Another player eliminated by the Blitzcrank. And it's a double
And a double.
takedown with Spencer taking this lobby with a dominant performance.
Wow.
What a game, too. These games have just been nail biter after nail biter. I loved seeing how these players played out their, early econ start with the 2-1 gold augment and then also using the more flexible unlocks, how they capped out their late game boards. And it is regional, so they are going to come in guns blazing with their best performance. So we've been seeing pretty close games so far.
Definitely, and I always love to see in the top, definitely in the top one, but even just the top three of having really savvy emblem use. Arcanist Mel, God knows she's going to put out a lot of damage, and she sure did in those last fights. And then just having that early Mel to print out a Radiant Blue buff for Rise, the cap is really pretty gross and very very fun to watch as a viewer to see these upgraded units sitting behind a gigantic Nasus as well.
Definitely. We are seeing the standings being filled in here. Um, and we don't have the full picture just yet, but we have a pretty good idea of who our top four will be. We saw Broseph going fifth, I believe, in the last game, so that will
I
give
think
him
so.
5 points to, which will be enough for him to qualify after 2 games. So we will. So it looks like Wigwag, Konda, Cambuli, and Broseph will be making it out. On the flip side, we need to see how the placements for Ego and DQA pan out in the bottom four to see who will get relegated after game two.
Definitely, yeah. It's a couple of those bottom spots we saw in that last game with Pan Andrew and DQA. So if they're lucky with the placements and the standings, might buy themselves a little bit more time to go into games 9 through 12 today.
Absolutely.
I'm scoping out as I always am, looking for game seven who had 1 or 2 points and then sneaks into 7 or 8, getting the big turnaround on um, coming off of a tougher game into something big.
Yeah. Speaking of our competitors, Spencer is a pretty strong candidate to make it to week two. He has been in the pro circuit tourney, which means that we have been seeing him in some of the cups so far. Suffering a little bit in the TPC rankings, but we have historically seen him putting up pretty strong performances in past regionals, and he has notably qualified for the Tactician's Crown 3 times, with his best run being 10th place. I find Spencer to be a super meticulous player in terms of like um, optimizing everything down to the micro decision and really finding the best lines out for him. So I am really looking forward to seeing Spencer in week two and potentially making his way back to the Tactician's Crown.
Definitely, and after a game like that, you definitely are reminded of what he's able to do. You can look at something like a 5.12 tournament AVP and make some conclusions from that wouldn't really, I think, fully represent him as a player. And if he's playing like in the game we just saw, then there's plenty of room for him to um, kind of wipe out that average and get himself into a good spot to go into week two.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's also worth noting his career stats win rate, 50.8%. That is pretty high. Um, So we shall see how he performs. We did see him just snagging that first place with a dominating board. So if he is able to get to those late game spots, we know that he can perform under pressure. We know that he can get to the top of the top to perform for North America's at Worlds. So I am super excited to see him play out these next few games.
Yeah, definitely. And as we progress through today, we're just going to see a lot more chances to qualify and to just keep yourself above elimination.
Definitely. Another
Yeah.
player here, Cambuli. Um, we've interviewed him at Guardian Angel League, so check out the YouTube interview if you haven't already. But his career stats, phenomenal stats so far. Average placement of a
Yeah.
4.09, and not at the top of the top currently for the pro circuit tourneys, but we know that he is historically a very, very strong player. And we also know that Guardian Angel League provides some interview buffs for our players, as we've seen from Wade and Iverson. So I'm personally rooting for Cambly to make his way out and continue to show a strong performance in the tournaments in week two and beyond.
Yeah, for sure. And it's looking like a good day to be a Cam believer.
Speaking of, we do have the final standings.
Scores are in.
Scores are in, and I was mistaken. Camberley and Broseph, looking at the tiebreakers, looks like Camberley
Oh,
had
wow.
a better tiebreaker, and he is going straight into week two alongside Wigwag, JRC, and Conda. Some Latin American representation here, as well as some newer players that we're seeing, like Wigwag, who is very close to the Boom Kitchen squad, I believe. Um, and we are rooting for you, Camuli, as you go into week two and beyond. Um, On the flip side, looking at our bottom four that will be relegated, we have JD Zelensky, Deadly CO2, GG9, and Arctics that will unfortunately be going out, which is a little bit unfortunate, like Sliceland and JD Zelensky with the nail biter uh,
Yeah.
tiebreakers. But um, yeah, I think
Yeah, it's so tough. I mean, it's such a strong field of competitors that, in the play-ins and then this weekend during eliminations, you see some names in red, and it just feels so weird to see them down there. But there's just so many good players, and somebody's got to get relegated.
definitely we will have to keep an eye out for some of our bottom players because we are having another relegation after 2 games. But we will be back after a short break. Please stay tuned for game three. And thank you so far for watching. We will be back in a couple of minutes. right, and welcome back to um, the pre-show game 3 of Regionals Weekend. Um, what a great patch to be having regionals on. I am enjoying casting, watching all of these pro players play out this game on an amazing patch as well, where we've seen the accessibility of those higher cost unit unlocks having so much utility in the late game boards, and I'm just enjoying the casting experience so far. How are you finding the tournament so far, Al?
I'm right there with you. It's a ton of fun. I think I've heard the take a lot that this is kind of the patch that's sort of what the set was meant to be in the sense of, you know, making really savvy decisions to unlock these really powerful units, put some really crazy stuff on the board, and in the late game just have, you know, a board full of really cool legendaries. You have a Rise or a Mel just blasting tons of damage. These seemingly unkillable tanks. And we're seeing that in these games, and we're seeing a lot of success with those comps to really, carry some of these top performances.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at our upcoming lobby. Oh, I believe we already saw some of our players here, like Spencer, Kiyoon, Penny, Andrew, um, Babzera, Kai Wang. Just a stacked lobby so far. Uh, and we're going right into game with a Lysandra portal. Game 5 random 1 cost to fight on the Howling Abyss. How do you feel about this encounter? I personally think the divergence of the 1 cost is just going to give you a lot of flexibility in the early game, but curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, depending on the one cost you can get a couple different directions, keep a couple of options open, especially if you get like a lucky shop where you get a key upgrade, or just a pile of gold here where you might consider in the next round selling some of these units to um, possibly hit another breakpoint. So it just gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of your possible direction and maybe a little bit of econ as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think this patch is one of those patches as well where almost all of the one costs can provide some sort of utility to your board. So the tier list for what units to hold versus what units to kind of immediately sell after you see them in your shop or from your orbs, um, which signals that, this patch really is the patch where competitors can show their skill ceiling, have a lot more skill expression with how they play out the early, mid, and late game stages of their board. Um, just have to say, I do love the Blitzcrank, kind of just waddling around the board. As BM as I think the execution animation is, um, I love seeing the spread of little legends among our competitors as well.
I think it's to betray one of my biases here. I don't think I've seen enough Dilcat on the board. One of my personal favorites, of course, compared to something with a finisher, it might pale in comparison a little bit, but cat made out of bread, I'd love to see it as
Mm.
much as I can.
Speaking of Docat, we do have the Rice Docat from Crazy Cat here,
And
living
thank
up to his
goodness.
name. Thank goodness. Ooh, and going into our 2-1 augment selection, we know that our players are partial towards taking bodyguard training, but we choose to go for Stars are Born, which can provide a decent amount of early game boost. We do decide to buy the Poppy from the early unlock from the Sona, and maybe going into some of the Demacia setups that we've been seeing, utilizing Lux and Garen late game, you can play into a Silas or some other flexible line. Um, and we have Babzera here taking aura farming and getting a kindred from it. How do you feel about this one?
I love a Kindred on Aura farming. Great unit. It rounds out a lot of good comps. I'm curious what this Ionia is. If that's going to be something that we just play for tempo for a little bit, or that's going to be sort of focused on the late game. But it's such a relief as well when your Aura farming Kindred also has a Last Whisper. Just remove one of those variables to worry about of all the items you need to build. You can stop worrying about the Sunder, and just focus on your other core items.
Yeah, definitely. Also, the aura farming buffs that make the units come in at 4-2 just gives such a huge power boost. And you can just think about what types of mid game units that you can pick up to support the Kindred, like maybe an early Draven, which will enable a little bit more gold for you to get to Fast 8, Fast 9 board. Speaking of
Actually,
aura farming,
three Aura farming.
that's a lot of aura being farmed from our players. Um, I personally do love seeing a Shyvana on Aura farming. It can be
Yeah.
such a flexible unit. It tanks so much in providing a lot of utility for your board overall as well. And the trait webs for Shyvana as well. I'm just a huge fan of this unit going into the set.
Yeah, she's a ton of fun. And in this kind of position where you already have Bilgewater on the board, just knowing you have a really easy sense of direction for how you're going to fit this 5 cost into your comp. You're going to have a Nautilus at some point, and then you're going to have an easy way to fit in another Juggernaut and get this really premier unit on the board at 4-2.
Absolutely. We are spotting some loose streak players as well. We spotted Shoma with only one unit on his board. Spencer as well taking savings account, I believe, to rack up those early econ interest points and potentially getting to the extra gold boost that savings account will give you in late stage 3, early stage 4. But overall, some solid spots from our players so far. Like they're keeping it flexible. Like the setups are they signal some direction, but we can still go one way or the other. There's a lot of things that we can potentially see. And this board going up against Crazy Cat, yeah, this Poppy 2 is going to be so powerful in the early game. Um, and with the early Demacia as well. I would expect to see Crazy Cat maintaining his win streak throughout stage 2, and setting himself up for a pretty good spot to see how he can play this one out in stages 3 and 4.
Yeah, it was nice the played Stars Are Born. Just get your Demacia units with their extra resistances ready to go, and hopefully carry through a stage for some pretty good tempo.
Definitely. See here, Spencer and Penny Andrew kind of holding on to similar units here. Spencer with two Jarvins on his board and Penny Andrew with an early Invoker setup. So looks like some of our players are soft angling towards the Fast 8, Fast 9 AP boards that we've seen. Um, but we will have to see what kind of items they make and also how they play this one out post stage 2 neutrals as well, since that drop is going to matter so much to set up their board for stage 3.
Definitely, and my pattern recognition is in full effect looking at Kiyun with the 2-star Yasuo on the board. It could just be playing something for tempo to have an upgraded unit on the board, but my brain is always looking at that and thinking it's a Yone in the making.
Absolutely. Yone, even though he did get some considerable nerfs for his 1-star and 2-star power level, because it's so much easier to unlock that Yone, that Ionia board in the late game is going to be so powerful. And Kiyun with 100 HP looking to be in a pretty good spot. If I were Kiyun, I'm just hoping that I don't fight any of the stronger players like Crazy Cat with the Poppy 2, or some of these like early stronger Bilgewater setups.
Yeah, definitely. Perhaps you are running into Kaiwing here. Kaiwing with the 2-star Twisted Fate with a Giant Slayer, cut through the front lane really quickly, and going to get another win here on the board.
Definitely. It's so important to get those early wins to start stacking up Silver Serpents for Bilgewater. Ever since the Silver Serpent nerfs and how much more expensive the shops are getting, we are going to upgrade the Alawi too, which will provide a huge boost for our front line. And the Draven as well is just going to print out a little bit of extra gold to set up our board for success, and with the Shyvana coming in at 4-2. Meanwhile, looking at Kiyun's board, it looks like he doesn't have a Yasuo 2, but sorry. I just saw the Yasuo on his bench. My apologies. The Yasuo 2 with the TG, which will uh, meet the 3 item requirement immediately. And some extra gold coming in from the Ionia Prosperous. Uh, if I were in Kiyun's spot, I would be very happy. It's a 5 streak. We're printing some extra gold. Um,
Yeah.
Even if we Nico'd the Yasuo 2 immediately from our 2-1 augment, like the early level 7 into potentially a Yone on 3-5 is going to snowball this board a lot faster. And we know that
Yeah.
Kiyun is the type of player to play those really aggressive lines, even though you're 10 gold at level 7, 3-2, hit that Yone, and continue to bring up the lobby's tempo just a little bit more.
Yeah, and Path of the Prosperous kind of very flexible in terms of play style. It can still enable that aggressive sort of play where you know you're going to get a little bit more gold than you otherwise would, and then you get a big pile of gold here. But um, you know, Prosperous might not be kind of the premier choice, but in this meta where you need as much econ as you can get, especially if you're going to be going for something like a Yone, you're happy to have the extra gold, especially if you're already on a win streak.
Definitely. We'll have to see if our top players here, Crazy Cat and Kiyun, if they fight each other in 3-1, maintaining that win streak is going to be so, so important for both players. Meanwhile, Shoma, with the Triforce Augment and having a lot of gold, looks like our players are rich, getting that extra econ injection from the Golden Orb. And we see our third and final ore farming player with an
Oh,
Azir. How do we feel about this one compared to the other ore farming options?
I think I'd maybe prefer the other ones a little bit, but you know, not as much as I would in say the last patch. Azir's gotten a little bit of buffs himself, so he has a little bit more of a job on boards than previously, where his job was to unlock other Shurima units and give Disruptor to somebody that matters a little bit more. So, not a bad one to have. And we'll be interested to see at 4-2 what Shurima units we start unlocking.
Yeah, definitely. Even if we do lose a couple of rounds from the Shurima unlock, Nasus, we all know it is a super, super strong tank that can provide so much value to your board late game. So, not a terrible spot to be in for Ego. And going into 3-2 augment selection, we have a gold augment. If I were a player here who's a little bit more low rolling, I would be happy to see this one. A little bit less variance and a bit more chances to catch up. And Ego choosing to take care package, we are proud of you. I love seeing the little slogans up top. Like they've done such a good job of like providing those little joyful moments in game.
Yeah, just a little reminder in the middle of the round that, you know what, maybe things are okay. I'm feeling pretty good. Get a little, you know, couple item components, maybe a little bit of gold, and some words of encouragement to keep me going into the next stage.
Yeah, definitely. And from Kiyun, we did see their aggressive leveling play. He was extremely rich going into stage 2 neutrals from the massive gold injection that we saw. We will see a Yone come into play on 3-3, and even though he did lose his 5 streak on 3-1, we'll expect to see some insane power levels coming into our mid game board for Kiyun.
And definitely having this going to be a very early Yone, potentially just a ton of tempo to continue into the next stage. And even just right now, having, what is this, a 5 unit win. Um, you know, as much power as you have right now, you might as well use it to dish out some extra damage to the other players. So when late game rolls around, you have really tight margins for, you know, eliminations and getting to low HP.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Penny Andrews. Oh,
Oh,
going back to Shoma's spot. Looks like we're going for a Warwick. We see our drinks. We see a Vi. We have a Kraken already and a Pan for just warming up for that Juggernaut Warwick. Looking to be in a pretty good setup so far. We will have the Triforce online by the end of stage 3. And we'll see if this board gains more success over some of these other setups that are looking a little bit stronger with 3 ore farming players in the lobby.
yeah, I think it's easy to be fooled by the HP right now and looking at Showman thinking, you know, it's a tough board state to be in, but when you get the extra added power from the Trinity Force, it's a strong augment, and it definitely allows for you to have these early losses to go on a, you know, 4 game or more, or a 4 round or more loss streak. You're going to get a big boost of power in a couple of rounds and you know, start to turn the tides a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. The sport going up against Spencer, who seems to have an early Lux and holding a lot of units on his bench. Looks like he's trying
Jeez.
to flex around a bunch of different lines here, maybe going for an AP Demacia, maybe a Lysandra Seraphine. It'll really depend on his next couple of rounds here, what he can get from his shops and potentially on Carousel. Speaking of Carousel, I do spot a Lux there, um, which is appetizing, especially considering the rod that it has. And Spencer going right for the Lux. There we go.
No time wasted. Another pan on the board as well. If anybody else is considering pivoting directly into a Warwick, looks like it's Kiyun picking it up. Interested to see what this is going to be. It could be, maybe another Slayer for a little extra Omnivamp. I'll be curious to see what he does with it. I'm not sure what components he has on the bench.
Definitely. We will see that Warwick going online for Shoma and Seven's on online as well. This board is looking very, very strong, just making sure that you save a little bit of HP to play with in stages 4 and beyond. Also, noting that on the side, Kai Wang is on a 5 win streak with an early Bilgewater setup and a Shyvana 2 prepping on the side for his aura farming. So this lobby is looking pretty dicey. We will see some huge power spikes from our players going into that Force Field Augment selection.
Yeah, it's a pretty exciting place to be in, and frankly, I have no reservations about seeing Kaiwing pull off another max cap Bilgewater board. Sign me up. I enjoyed it the last time, and I'll enjoy it this time.
I am here for the ride. And like we just talked about, the Seven Zon and the Jinx now with 3 items is just going to put out so much DPS. The 5 and 7 Zon healing is going to provide a lot of value versus these boards that have a little bit less of a DPS output. Um, and also worth noting that Spencer on the side on a 9 loss streak. Will we eat another loss, or will we decide to roll a couple of rolls, save a little bit more HP going to stage 4. So I'm excited to see where it takes this. Um,
Yeah, definitely. It's a scary place to be in to be at low HP, but we just saw he spent I think 80 or so gold on a couple of levels, so he's um, using his gold now and looking to turn it, if not in this fight, then in early in stage 4.
yeah, definitely. Hitting the Garen and still holding on to the Lux pair. Looks like we will go for AP Demacia setup that we've been seeing from a few of our players. Um, it does not look like it's going to be enough against Kai Wang's Bilgewater setup, or will it? Did I just cast a curse this fight? Never mind. Kaiwang takes the
Well,
win again and going into stage 3 neutrals with an amazing spot. We really want to be seeing win streak Bilgewater in the mid game for its snowball into the legendary account board that we've seen Kaiwang pull off. So we know that he can do it. We just need to hit those key units, key upgrades, and continue to push the lobby tempo further.
it definitely, and as we've talked about a couple of times, we do have on our screen now one of the aura farming boards. So that and the other two are going to be having a good time in a couple of rounds. So we'll keep an eye on those and see how they can fill out the board around them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Spencer's spot is looking a little bit dicey as well. Just 18 HP, 2 lives to work with. So we really need to start hitting some upgrades. Maybe a Galio will be online in the next round. I need to do the math on the star levels. Okay, it looks like he hasn't hit the Galio just yet, but we are looking for star levels to do so on 4-2.
And definitely the Lux upgrade is going to help. We have Lucian Centipair as well. Um, so keep an eye on that. It's not your kind of natural piece of your Demacia board, but it is one of those legendaries that brings you a lot of power just based on um, the passive and the trait for Soulbound. So you really don't mind picking that up along the way if you're not able to hit some of your key upgrades.
Yeah, Braum 2 is a great tank for you to see in potentially any situation. Like, if you see like a 2-star Bomber, 2-star Wukong, I would happily put it on the board if you don't have any other units to replace him with. Um, this is a Demacia mirror matchup, it looks like. Panny Ender versus Spencer. Looks like Spencer will take this fight pretty easily with the Lux 2 upgrade. And Gallia will be online after this. Ooh, a
Finally, we get
4-2
our prismatic finish
prismatic.
that we've been hoping for.
Yes.
Oh, the temptation for Call to Chaos. It's so fun to click it. It doesn't matter if you have good options ahead of you. It's always like, but what if? Maybe I'll have something fun here.
Yeah, I okay, Spencer thought long and hard about that, decides not to take the call to chaos. If we take chaos and end up with an egg, it might be a little bit of a disaster. But Kai Wang here now have the
Oh,
Shyvana from the
sheesh.
Aura Farming Online and sweet treats. So this board is it's looking pretty promising for Kai Wang to take the lobby. Maybe it's a little bit early to say so, but if I had to bet, my money's on Kai Wang for him to um, win game three. And going up against Shoma, oh my gosh, Shoma's board is very, very
Oh,
strong now. That is a
wow.
Warwick with a Juggernaut Spat and a Trinity Force. And again, that Jinx is going to put out a lot of damage. Although the Shyvana is sitting on the Jinx, oh, this fight is quite one to watch. Will the Warwick be able to 1v9?
Oh my
Will he?
gosh.
It is just not enough.
Close.
Close.
Yeah, it's scary. I mean, it's so hard to look at, having power on your board of having a Juggernaut Infinity Force Warwick, and then you run into Prowler's Claw, Gunblade, Edge of Night, Shyvana 2. It's
Yeah.
you know your board is so strong, but you've just run into something so disgusting that you kind of have to shake it off and just continue into the rest of the stage.
Yeah, for sure. Going back to Spencer, we really need him to win a couple more rounds and hitting those upgrades. Speaking of upgrades, we have a Lysandra 2 and puts it on the board, maximizing hold the line value by putting the Sona on the front line. And this Braum is looking pretty strong, although going up against a Warwick, that Dragon's Claw is not going to do much. So we'll have to see how this fight pans out. A huge snare
And
from the Lux, although that Warwick is going ham.
oh, he's so scary. Yeah, it's
The
looking like
big
we don't
bad
have
wolf is
quite
coming
enough
for you.
time for Lux to cut through.
Oh god, and that is a brutal loss for Spencer. Not looking too great going into stage 4 carousel. Any of these units look interesting to you if you were any of these players?
Crazy Cat does have an Annie on the board, so would have loved to have had that. Normally I'd be saying that Shyvana's the one I'm keeping an eye on, but Babsir will pick it up. It's a little frustrating sometimes, I think, when you know somebody's got the two-star Shyvana already, to see that and be like, this fits my board, but I am a little jealous of this other player.
Definitely. I'd love to see some of our other aura farming players, and in particular, how the two-star Kindred is doing and how he was able to set his board up. But we've got the Morello on the Lysandra now. We have some anti-heal, we have some shred. So utility-wise, we're doing great. But these matchups are not looking amazing for Spencer. Um, if we fight the other Lux player and somehow it manages to snipe the Lux, we're in big trouble. If we get wrapped by the Warwick, we're in big trouble, like we've seen. Um, and now we'll fight Crazy Cat with a fast 9 board already, and the Annie, and the Mel as well. Will
Yeah,
this
it's a
be
nice board to
Spencer's last
have.
fight?
It could be. Demacia Tibbers is going to take a while to get through.
Absolutely. But oh, will the Annie
The
burn through
burn.
just enough? Oh, this is gonna be a close one.
Oh my gosh.
And Spencer lives to see another round. Um, wow,
Black
this is
Clutch.
this is a nail biter. We would love to see the Swain upgrade that Spencer is holding a pair of on his bench, which will provide a lot more utility for this board, as well as the Garen 2. We still haven't hit a Garen 2. That unit is so contested this lobby, which is preventing Spencer from really getting to that next level of upgrading this Demacia board into something formidable.
Yeah, it's definitely really scary to, play the Demacia line and actually sincerely want the Garen, and you kind of have to wait around for a little bit for the Silas players to collect enough and then sell it off.
For sure. This board up against, now we see the Kindred aura farming online. Looks like it is an Ionia setup. Oh, but this board is just so strong, and the Wukong will not die. And down goes Spencer. What an unlucky game from Spencer, taking an early lost streak opener, but not really hitting any of his key upgrades until it was way too late. So we are down to our top 7 players. Um, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on who do you think will take this lobby post stage 4. We have some pretty awesome setups from Kyoing. We have the Bilgewater. We have this monstrous wolf that's going to just mow down the entire board if your front line isn't strong enough.
Yeah, definitely. I always do kind of have an ear towards the bilge water. We've already seen how powerful it can be if you hit really well, and Kaiwing remains really healthy, and as we've seen, just has a really nice setup with that aura farming Shyvana as well. So hopefully we can get a look and just see, what the upgrades look like on the board, what kind of items are on the board, and kind of how much power we have so far and how much power is left to be gained.
Definitely. It's worth noting that Shoma has 6
Um,
Warwicks online.
hello.
Will we see an elusive 3-star forecast? We've seen a lot more of it in the past few cups, but not so much during regionals. So if Shoma is able to hit it through Commerce Core, that's going to be it.
And fingers crossed. I was just talking about how much I love Bilgewater, but I love a 3-star forecast. So I'll take
Absolutely.
either of those, and we'll keep an eye on these Warwicks. The Warwick on the board with the Juggernaut Infinity Force remains at very high HP. Has to work through this Wukong, who's now in the passive, and is all by himself, and just doesn't have quite enough firepower to get through the Kindred.
Yeah, that Kindred ult was huge in keeping those frontline units
Big
alive for a
ult.
few more seconds to allow them to take the fight. We're still rolling. Looks like we're not going level 9, but we do have a Lucian Centipair that we need to hit. That upgrade is going to be huge. And we have the Swain online, so that's going to provide a little bit more utility for Shoma's board. Also worth noting that we have 7 Jinxes. Uh, and 3-star Jinx, as we've seen, is going to be a huge power spike for Shoma. So we shall see in the next couple of rounds. He is working with around 2 lives here, but if he's able to clutch out a few of these key wins, it will look good for Shoma. But up against now a
Oh
two-star Mel
gosh,
and a Demacia Annie. Oh gosh, this is looking rough.
scary. It's a lot of tank to go through. We have the Dark and Aegis on the Tibbers as well. Um, it is a 1-star Tibbers though, so Warwick is having a nice time, and just cuts through everything and gets back to that 2-star Mel.
Ooh, that was a huge win for Shoma. Again, still a few lives to work with, rolling down to make sure that we hit the upgrade now with 8 Jinxes. And we haven't seen much of Kiyun's board so far, but having a pretty flexible Ionia setup. I'm
Oh,
loving what I'm seeing here with the Bruiser Cannon providing some extra HP. The Yone items are looking pretty good as well, and that Ari is going to do a deceptive amount of damage. So I'm curious to see
definitely.
where how this board fares against this monstrosity of a board from Crazy Cat that we've seen before as well. Will the Yone be able to get to the backline before it takes over Kiyun's front line?
Yeah, it's a really nice setup, but um,
Oh,
oh, the
but
Melcast.
the Mel ult was huge, and
It's
Kiyun goes
enough.
down from that. 2 of our players get eliminated as we are down to our top 5. Panny Andrew taking a 7th. That is a little bit rough considering his standings currently. Um, but our top 5 players, these boards are looking really, really scary.
It's a very scary set of boards. We have Kaiwang on a 4-win streak. Everybody else is a little bit of a mixed streak. Ego down to 8 HP, so really kind of a do or die in this next fight.
Absolutely. Just going back to Crazy Cat's board, now with the Silas online, um, that Tarek is going to take a lot of damage, especially because we have so many AP backliners that he will provide so much utility for the entire board. And Ego with a similar looking setup with Tarek too, but just with the Azir Renekton online, and 3 mana items on the mill that will allow it to cast a little bit faster. And hopefully, if we win a couple more rounds, it will print a radiant item for some of our key units on this board.
Yeah, Ego, as we said, down to low HP. Got a pretty key upgrade in the Renekton too. Renekton is a pretty nasty unit. A lot of damage going into the backline here. Mel is already fallen, and Ego is going to buy another round with a pretty commanding victory in this fight.
Yeah, that is a huge win for Ego. If he is able to secure one more win, and with the Rise unlock as well, I wonder if we are going to slot in the Rune Mage. Oh, decides to roll past it. There is a Silas
Interesting.
pair
And a duplicator on the bench.
and a duplicator, so that's a Silas too. It's a pretty major upgrade there. That Silas, if he's able to cast just a few more times, we know that he can circle through and provide some Jarvan 4 ults to key backliners. Hopefully, we can ult the Kindred if we're looking from Ego's perspective. Um, there goes the Jarvan ult. The Lux ult was a little bit lackluster, but will this board be enough against a pretty stacked Ionia board that we're seeing from Babzera?
The triple crit item
Oh
on
my.
set, I love. Yeah, that is a huge upgrade. Dealt a ton of damage in that fight, and now after this, we have Kawing at 60 HP on a 6-win streak, and everybody else is on their last life.
Definitely. Just Kai Wang with quietly going away with the 6 win streak at the end of stage 5. We've seen how powerful these early win streak Bilgewater boards can snowball into. And like we talked about a couple of times before, we just love to see a Bilgewater victory. It's a little bit rare to see like the max cap Bilgewater version in such high tempo lobbies because we are not able to keep the game going for long enough for us to hit those. But um, Kai Wang is getting pretty close to it.
Yeah, definitely getting really close. It was definitely a really big boost to have that promised Shyvana as well. So when you get to stage 4 and you would otherwise be a little bit worried about like, am I going to get my key upgrades? Am I going to get enough Serpent spent to get my Tom Kench? You're going to have a pretty nasty unit on the board to keep you tempoing through stage 4 and 5.
Definitely. We'll have to see Ego's matchup here. Looks like he's going up against Shoma, still on 1 life, hasn't hit a Warwick 3, but now has a Jinx 3 online and a Lucian Santa upgrade as well. Oh, this fight is going to be close. The Silas failing to reach the backline, but the rest of
Oh
his
my
board is looking
goodness.
pretty dominant. Just tearing down the rest of his board, and now has the Warwick and the Jinx both go down as Shoma is eliminated as well. So we have our top 3 players,
Top
looks
3.
like.
Fab Zero goes down as well, and then we have once again Kaiwing winning and maintaining that 7-win streak with Ego and Crazy Cat both on their last lives. So whatever the matchups are going to be this round are going to be very decisive.
Definitely. You gotta pray a little bit to Mortdog to maybe hope for a ghost board if you are Ego or Crazy Cat. But if you're Kai Wang, you are pretty much chilling. You have a really, really good board, and it looks like they are fighting the real versions of each other. So one of our players is going to get eliminated no matter um, the outcome of this fight. That Silas 2 ult was huge going to the backline, but the Annie is just. Never mind, I spoke too soon. The Azir and the Mel just provide so much utility and DPS output for this board. Ego wins this fight, and Kai Wang loses.
Interesting. Curious to see what happened there, and how he's gonna bounce back from that and put some more power on the board.
Definitely. It's down to our last 2 players. Both of these boards, although Ego has a few more upgrades to reach, he still hasn't hit the Mel 2, which will provide a significant DPS output, and the Fiddle 2, which adds massive amount of utility. And we shall see
And it
how this fight
definitely
goes.
Yeah, and in the first couple games we saw some really clutch Fiddlesticks casts as well. So even with no items, it's somebody that make a big difference on board.
Definitely. Oh, that's a humongous Silas Jarvan 4 ult
Oh my
going
gosh.
onto the Senna. But without an Edom Knight, that Silas is just at so low HP. It does
He
eventually go
stays so
down.
low.
And the Bilgewater board takes over and Kaiwing takes the lobby.
Wow, that was, I mean, we said it from the beginning that it was, potentially going to be a huge Bilgewater board at the end. And I didn't see what the full item setup was other than the Prowler's Claw, but that Shyvana was very scary.
Absolutely. As soon as you saw the aura farming Shyvana and a win streak in Bilgewater setup from Kaiwing, if I were him, I would just be chilling. Like the game is playing itself. I'm just here for the ride, and I'm here to take my extra 8 points going into the next set of games. So super super exciting games. Like we've continuously talked about in the past few games as well. Just these players are providing such a cool insight into how the game is meant to be played at the top level. And considering how flexible all of these units can be, again, I am really, really enjoying seeing how they build out their early game, how they transition into the late game, and potentially just win out the lobby with a super dominant board.
Definitely. And just looking at the scores so far after that, of course, we're going to see more in a few minutes, but when you see these 4 through 8 spots that are, looking to qualify in after games 9 and 10, we see 3 points, 1 point, 5 points on the board. So without having kind of a decisive victories in that round, these games that just finished, somebody like Hywin can really jump up the ladder and kind of make a big push to qualify in these next couple of games.
Definitely. And anything goes. Our players in the middle of the pack are pretty close in points as well as tiebreakers. So we'll have to keep a close out on some of these players like Panny Andrews starting out at the beginning of the day at the bottom of the leaderboard, but somehow clawing his way back with some pretty good performances in games 7 and 8. Also, Kiyun just doing the Kiyun thing, going first and eighth. Um, so we'll have to see how he plays out the last few games for him to qualify to week 2 and beyond.
It's exciting. And from here on out, as we go into games 10, 11, 12, every game we have somebody qualifying, we have somebody getting eliminated, and it's all high stakes from the rest of the day.
Definitely. It's definitely still anyone's game. But this is going to be it for Al and I for today's cast. Thank you so much for tuning in so far, and please welcome the next set of casters once we come back from a short break. All right, and welcome back. I lied. I'm back for game 4 again. But welcome Hachi to the broadcast, and we will be going into game 4. Hachi, have you been watching any of the regionals games, or how are you finding this weekend so far?
Yeah, this weekend has been absolutely refreshing to see a new development in the meta. It's cool to see all the Fast 9 comps come back. It's cool to see Mel being a unit you can play around, and it's been exciting to see all the 3-cost reroll happening. So interesting to see how things are going in level 7 and level 9 for all these folks, and we're getting right back into the swing of things with our lobby here.
Definitely. I did not catch what the encounter was for this game, but it looks like it's not a 3-cost start or a 2-cost start. So we'll see what these players are starting to play around. Like I've mentioned in broadcast a little bit ago, I like the fact that there's a lot of flexibility in these early game holds. Like there's not a lot of units that are just completely useless. Like the power levels seem pretty good, and there's a lot of ways that you can play around like your starter. So um, just love seeing all of the different approaches to the game so far.
Yeah, it feels like there isn't really a sort of bad spot right now. You can sort of play around whatever you get, like you're saying, and even the stuff that people didn't like Yordles, there's ways to make Yordles work into things like Anti-Arcanist. There's just a ton of options out there that all seem fairly reasonable in the right positions, which is honestly great to see and makes for exciting pro play in a lot of ways.
Definitely. We do see some of the more niche setups, like yesterday we saw Pandy Andrew take the Rumble Hero Augment and manage to pull it out a second. So it's just really amazing to see the spread of boards that our players can come up with. And again, this feels like a pretty good patch to play competitive TFT on. You can just showcase what you've got, play around your spot, and see where it takes you.
Now, looking at the standings for a second here, there are two players here who I think are really in danger of being eliminated if they don't have a good performance here, and those two folks are Slicedown and Funkster, who are currently at risk of elimination. They both need really strong performances in this game to survive to the next game, so going to be looking for them to go for some big placements here, otherwise they might be out.
Definitely. After this game as well, the top 4 folks will be making it to week 2, so it's worth noting seeing Brosev's spot or some other folks like David Ace who are pretty high up in the standings so far and see if they can make it after this game.
So one quick note here is I was very surprised to see this Flickerblade choice, but I'm going to guess there's going to be some sort of play around. Maybe a Jinx eventually is the idea, or like a Warwick maybe could use this eventually. But Jinx with Flickerblade is a great situation to be in. So playing for now this Juggernaut, playing the Slaying, trying to make it happen. Just playing whatever you got for now, I guess.
Absolutely. We have been seeing less and less of Slayer flex, but Belveth is still on the table. Like we can flex her into maybe a Yone setup if we hit early Yasuo's. So there's a lot of directions that Reddy can take this game in, but that being said, holding the early Blitzcrank, looking for the early drinks and the Vi for the Warwick unlock, potentially going into stage 3.
Absolutely. 3-star, 3-cost reroll with Jinx is already a strong composition right now in the meta. Paired with this Flicker Blade, which on an attack speed carry like Jinx, you are in business for sure.
Definitely. Meanwhile, Brosev slamming a Guinsoo. I wonder what he's going to play from this spot. We have a Kog'Maw online, but we do know that Kaisa isn't really a viable option going into this patch. And just keeping it relatively flexible, maybe we can look for an Ionia spot because Guinsoo is really good with the Yone as well. But yeah, curious to see where he takes this.
I wonder if he's going to try to fish for maybe even just like a Noxus Fast 9 situation. It looks like the hard bargain was the augment of choice, so definitely going to get a lot of econ and health recovery. Playing the strongest board of just whatever 2-star units he has for now, I guess, and then saying, who can carry this Ginsu's? I mean, I guess this Kog'Maw can use it for now, and seeing where to go from there, and hopefully finding a Draven early or something else that can play around this, maybe.
Definitely. A little bit less happy to see so many upgrades on board, yet just eating a 2 loss going to stage 2 carousel. But we do have a Malzahar online, and now we can put the Spitter Spines on the Kog'Maw for a little bit of extra DPS. Looking like he is rolling for a Bard.
Yeah, he does roll for Bard here, which I guess is a little surprising given he's already quite low on gold, but maybe the option is to just, I guess, opt into some sort of reroll line eventually with this Bard, or use that Bard later to stabilize. Either way, farming some rerolls in this spot doesn't seem too terrible, but it is a lot of gold expended to do that.
Definitely. The hard bargain will provide some sort of stability for Broseph. Even if he loses a couple of rounds, it will be fine, hopefully fine in the long run, just grabbing onto the Ishtal units, like you said. And as someone from our chat is saying, Ishtal Expeditionist is in this lobby. So we will see um, if Slice Down can play out the Ishtal spot from here.
Slice putting it all on the line, saying, I really need a big placement here. And Ishtal is one of those situations where you can sort of risk it all to get it all or lose it all, right? If you get luck out with your quests and you get the right quests at the right times and a very good cash out, you can spike in a way with Brock that just becomes unbeatable. But if you don't get to those cash outs, it can get quite scary. So Ixtal Expeditionist, great way to sort of try to stabilize it with a bit more health and having better rewards per quest, but still a risky proposition there.
Definitely. And we now have a portal reveal. It is Gwen, which allows these players to be a little bit more flexible with their item slams and play around what they've got. Broseph with a double sword and a glove. Maybe we can go into an Aphelios reroll line with the Bard because we have strong AD items. Or maybe we can just carry the Aphelios until we find better components for it to go into a more flexible AP setup. We shall see.
Yeah, I do like the items. The IE Ginzus is basically what you want. Maybe the Kraken is sort of the last step if you're playing for this Aphelios. So good Aphelios items means we could see that plan. But also it's kind of scary to play a 2-cost reroll in a meta that's so dominated by 3-cost reroll and fast nining. So gonna see if it can make it happen here. Otherwise it's gonna be difficult for Broseph to get that working. We'll see.
Definitely. We do spot an aura farming from Ladder Slayer with the Kindred too. And looks like he's in a pretty good spot. Still 100 HP on a 4-win streak. And hopefully looking for some strong frontline upgrades in the early game and potentially transitioning into a more capped Ionia setup.
Yeah, being sort of having that knowledge that you will definitely get that kindred is nice. Aura farming, I believe, also got rebuffed to be a bit earlier than it used to be, because I think there was a time when aura farming was an auto pick last set. This current set it was a lot later, but they've sort of brought it back to being, I think, 4-2 where you get your unit instead of 4-5 because it was a bit underpowered at the time. So now it's actually back to being a useful option, and especially with that kindred, I think you sort of have a game plan for playing around quick strikers or something like that with a fast 9 could be an idea.
Definitely. We've seen from our last game, 3 of our 8 players took aura farming, and they did pretty well with the setups and the huge power injection on 4-2 with the augment as well as your 2-star 5 cost. That's just going to be a lot of tempo being pushed mid-game from our aura farming takers. And it looks like Ladder Slayer going in with a 5 streak in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, 2 5-streakers here already in Ladder Slayer, so they got the benefit of the not having to face each other early on, which means they'll both go in with a lot more econ due to this free round in the minions where they get extra gold. And also, some folks on very low health totals already. David Ace with the 5 loss streak at 70. Dank Memes with only 77 health, but no 5 loss to speak of. So lost a lot of health, but for not that much gain, unfortunately.
Definitely. David Ace with quite an interesting setup here with the Trinity Force augment and a Yasuo. So it looks like we will go for a Yone setup. We already have a Yasuo pair, so we only need one more. It looks like it's an XP Ionia, which is pretty ideal if you are considering going into a higher capped Ionia setup. So despite the health total, currently I'm really liking his spot.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. There's like 2 options, right? You could try to go the fast 8 route and just try to roll for a very big Yone, or could opt to stay on level 7 and just try to roll for that RE Kennen and just sort of see if you can hit a Yone 2 just naturally in level 7 along the way. Both reasonable options, I think, given the itemization, has the JG for RE, but also, like you said, has that infinity protection, which is really good on a Yone. So both decent options here, I think, for Dank Memes. Either way, the spot is looking better than the health total might suggest.
Definitely. Going up against Broseph here, who did slam a Gunblade on the Aphelios, which signals to me that he is leaning a little bit more towards the Aphelios reroll line. He is grabbing onto 2 Jarvans on bench, but he will take another loss going into 3-2 augment choice. And he is looking pretty low on the HP total standings.
And not a lot of HP, not a lot of gold either, but the hard bargain should help out in recovering both of those, hopefully, as we get into another gold augment here in our 3-2 augment selection.
Definitely. If I were these players more in like a low roll spot, I'd be pretty happy to see a gold augment. It's less variance than a prismatic. Dank Beams choosing to level aggressively here to get the TG from your birthday present, um, but not a lot of gold to work with from here on out.
It's definitely a tempo selection. They gain 21 golds, sort of being able to just sort of speed run into the Thieves Gloves for extra power right now. But it's quite risky as well, right? If you don't get a win streak on this stage using those Thieves Gloves, you're sort of leveling for nothing, as folks would often say. So a very scary idea, but also could pay out if you end up with a win streak and save a lot of health. Maybe you get to level 9 quickly as well for that last reward.
Absolutely. We're seeing some of our players with a better position here, like Funkster. I'm really liking this 5 build water spot on a 3 win, and have some decent items slammed already for the Misfortune, although it is going to lose against a 3 item Kiana. That Kiana is looking mighty strong.
Kiana is, I like to call her a 1.5 cost is how she feels sometimes, where like this is a very strong one cost that just happens to have sort of bad traits in terms of like by itself. But in the early stages, with the right organization, 3 items feels so powerful to have that Kiana 2-star, especially if you place her in your backline, the secret positioning tech.
Definitely. If I were Ladder Slayer, I would be super happy. The game is basically playing itself. We already have a Sejuani to upgrade, have a Kindred prepping on bench for it to be played immediately on 4-2. 7 win streak, 50 gold. We're just chilling. We're cruising along. Doesn't really matter what we get from Carousel. We have our set of items that we will be playing. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Ladder Slayer.
Chilling both metaphorically and physically with the Freyord emblem as well here. And yeah, having this Ash as a quick striker, I mean, eventually when you do get this Kindred, you can just, play this Kindred along with this Ash and you have a quick striker combo, which makes the Kindred, proc that trait, which is honestly very important for playing Kindred. You can't really play the Kindred as easily as you used to back in the day. You could splash the Kindred and now you can't, but at least if you have quick striker, very doable. And wow, probably gonna be another 8 win streak. Very good position for Ladder Slayer. Can basically just go fast 9 from here. Is feeling very good.
Definitely. I did spot a golden dragon being took from Slice Down. I really love this augment. It might not be the best considering the current meta, but I do love seeing some big units with some extra durability. Duelist Udyr, anyone from last set? If you were a Duelist Udyr, you would love taking this augment. I
Yep,
don't know.
Colossal Udyr. I miss Colossal Udyr sometimes, but I don't miss power-ups. But I will
Oh,
say, there was a game, I think, in the last cup for NA where Wajan Iverson took Golden Dragon on a Void comp when no one else thought it was strong, took it and used it to basically survive with the Rift Herald and then eventually get to a 3-star Kaisa. We'll see if Slice Down can get similar amounts of value out of this Golden Dragon here. Currently sitting on the 6 loss streak, but maybe eventually it pays off.
definitely. We'll need to keep an eye out for the Ishtal quest as well. Looks like he is rolling a little bit. Just hitting the Milio too. Oh, looks like he got an XP quest actually. So he is leveling to get those extra sun shards. We were a little bit behind tempo with, I believe, around 60 to 80 sun shards. So he needs to get back on tempo, make sure that if we do cash out, we have that resource injection soon enough so he can survive into stages 4 and beyond.
Ideally around the latter half of stage 3, you kind of want to be at around 200-ish shards, I'd say. So definitely behind tempo, but the XP buy there should net him at least another 100 to 150 shards depending on the kind of quest that he got. As we see Ladder Slayer here again, just riding this perfect Kiana at this point, to success. Might actually, no, the Freyord trade is paying off here. I think there's a good chance that this Kiana should get another good cast off hopefully, and well, this Tarek doing a lot of healing though, and this Sona is performing quite well. Can the Kiana reach the back line? Trying to make it there.
Oh.
The streak is in jeopardy now, and Millennium Fox takes down Ladder Slayer as the first one to give him a loss.
Still very happy to see Ladder Slayer's spot. Even though we did take that loss, our econ is in a pretty decent spot. We don't need too much for us to get to level 8 because we have that mega backline carry that we can put on our board. With the Cho'Gath upgrade, that's just going to be a lot of beefy frontline for folks to get through. Ideally, we would have like a 2-star 4-cost tank to carry us through to stages 4 and beyond because, like you said, we might be looking for like a fast 9 setup with some extra econ maybe from our 4-2 augment. But super excited to see how he pilots this from this spot.
Gonna see how the game plan and the game flow sort of works out from here. That transition is gonna be a little trickier because you know you don't have as many of the units that you'd want on your final board yet, and we are still level 6, so actually not as much econ as you would expect. I would kind of expect him to be at level 7 already at this point, and yeah, I'm gonna take another loss for it. Right, we're still carrying on this 2-star Kiana. She is strong in the early half of stage 3, but by this point she's kind of outscaled. So hopefully, once we get that Kindred, things will get stabilized. And David Ace, oh my goodness, already down to 24 health on this Ionia reroll. Does manage to unlock the Yone, but it is looking quite scary.
Absolutely. We did mention a little bit earlier, like we'd love to see some more Ari 3-stars. Not sure if he will go for a 3-star Ari setup considering his current HP and econ spots, but that Yone is going to be a force to be reckoned with the Triforce. No pun intended. So we shall see how this Ionia board fares into some of our stronger players like Ladder Slayer setup post 4-2 or Dank Memes that we've spotted a little bit earlier with a super strong Garen front line and an Invoker backline.
Ooh, I do see that the duplicator got dropped there for David A. So maybe it does become a reroll angle. And yeah, starts rolling down here, actually trying to find more Aries or more of anything else. Kennen at least getting 2-star is a good upgrade. Would love to have seen also a Wukong too, maybe just by good chance. Doesn't get that. I guess the right direction given that you got this duplicator, but now you're saying, well, we're also out of money now, so it's a little bit scary. Does opt to itemize. I think there's going to be a Bloodthirster, yep. And Infinity Protection hopefully is good enough for this Yone to go infinite. We'll see how it goes.
Definitely. Going up against Funkster's board already with a misfortune, but given that we have 2 econ augments, the combat power isn't as strong currently, and he takes a pretty brutal loss versus David Ace's board.
Youngster's gonna have to stabilize hard on this 4-2 roll down after this next augment. Probably hoping for some sort of. Honestly, you may even take like a reinforcement at this point, right? Just to make sure you hit MF2 or a Swain 2 or something else that can help stabilize your board here.
Definitely. And looking at Reddy's board, I do love seeing the Belveth. She has not been getting as much love as the previous patches going into regionals, but with a Navori Quick Blades and a Gwinsu and a little bit of time to ramp up, she is going to do a lot of damage and a lot of healing so that it can rip through some of the more beefy front lines.
All right, 3/3s was the option taken by Dank Memes here. Always a good sort of last augment to see, because at the very worst, you're getting a lot of econ, and in a best case scenario, maybe one of these 2-star 3 costs is something you can play. In this case, it looks like the Loris is gonna be a useful Warden for now, and just Dank Memes has a lot of HP to work with, can kind of just survive through this stage and probably gets to level 9. Might even opt for the Demacia Rise later in the game. Look at those items on that Orianna. So there's a good chance this just ends up being a fast 9 here. Has 50 gold to spend, just saving it for now, stabilized for now with this Demacia board, and eventually, after this Galio unlock, can go into Ionia, Demacia Rise, and be pretty happy.
Definitely. We spotted Dank Memes with a 5-win streak, so like you said, in a pretty decent HP spot. We'll have to see how much HP he can preserve while he does so, and rolling for his key units. We will eventually want to look for maybe a Silas, or if we get some extra Garens. Going up against Brosep's board, looks like he hasn't hit any of his key upgrades yet, so it's going to be a pretty dominant win for Dank Memes.
This is pretty brutal for Broseph. When you're playing 2-cost reroll, you pretty much want to try to hit most of your stuff by the end of stage 3, if not, start hitting some of your stuff in the middle of stage 3. Not being able to hit any of the stuff, and it's already 4-3, is kind of definitely behind tempo. So scary stuff here for Broseph, who is doing okay in the standings at least, but would like to have at least a middling position here to make sure he's in a good spot heading into the last couple of games.
Definitely. Looks like Broseph just hit his Avelius 3 a little bit late considering the power curves for 2-cost reroll, like you said. But if I'm Broseph, I would be breathing a sigh of relief saying, hey, finally I hit 1. Time to hit the rest of them.
All right, as we see another fight, this time David Ace. Okay, so we're going to see how does this Demacia board fare against this Ionia board that has at least the infinity protection. This Yone has some Omnivamp, has infinity protection, should be going infinite, hopefully. We'll see. The side on either side, the boss for both sides, I guess Mafia versus Mafia in some sense, going at each other. Lots of gold generated there, and we'll see.
Definitely. The
It's coming down to the
Yone,
wire. Sit-ups on this side for Dank Memes, but the Yone doing
the
so
Yone
much
is
damage.
going infinite. And the huge money injection from David Ace with the malicious monetization. And it might be looking like maybe it's too early to say, but David Ace's spot is looking a lot better than it was at the beginning of stage 4.
I'm a little bit surprised that the 1-star Yone, just equipped with these right items, can be so stable already, right at this stage. Because it seems like David Ace is definitely still rolling down for Aries, for Cannons, and going for those 3 stars on both of those, but still hasn't found the 2-star Yone, and it's still doing fine in that fight.
Definitely. This lobby is going to be a nail biter, as Reddy kind of is dominating the lobby so far with an Aatrox unlocked already, a Void setup, and we get the last set of Gwen Scissors. Dank Meme still on the fast 9 route. We're saving a lot of our money. We're taking a couple of losses, but it's still pretty healthy, all things considered.
Yep, definitely healthy, definitely lots of money. Can honestly even save these next 2 rounds and then just have a lot of money to roll for a Rise 2 on level 9 after the next set of neutral minions.
Definitely. And the XP Ionia just giving him a little bit extra econ boost as he gets to level 9. David Ace now hits a... We now see an Ari 3-star. There is our Ari.
RE3, so much better than she was in previous patches, does quite a bit with this Nashor's JG combo, the best sort of crit combo for spellcasters, and the Giant Slayer to help break through that front line, because that's the one thing she has trouble with. But this Belveth is going absolutely slap. Flicker Blades just not enough, though. I think this Ari wins. Wait, the healing on the Aatrox, though. Hold on.
Oh, that's a huge ult
goodness.
from the Yone, and the Yone just wins David Ace the fight. What a combat there. That was so close, just going down to the wire. The Yone versus the Belveth, but just Yone is such a powerful unit, as you said, with the right items and the Ari supporting in the backline.
I am taking note. Infinity Protection, Bloodthirster, and CC removal for the Yone is a very, very deadly combo, especially when you got a 3-star Ari to boot.
Definitely. And the 2-star Wukong just providing a little bit of extra tank for those 2 hyper carries to scale.
The crazy thing is just how much that patch has changed things. Because if you told me last patch, for instance, that, oh, give me a Belveth 2 with a Flicker Blades and give me a 3-star Ari, who do you think wins? I would have told you Belveth 2 with Flicker Blades any day, right? But
Absolutely.
this Ari doing so much more than she was in the past.
We'll see how this fares up against Ladder Slayer's board now with the Kindred online, as well as a Volibear. Immediately deleted by the Ari casting. And it's going to be a pretty dominant one for David Ace here.
Yeah, even with the Kindred 2 on the board, those Foxfire Flames going ham, as they say. And yeah, I think now we can really say that Dave Ace is definitely stable. 5 win streak on the board when we actually were downing the spot earlier.
Yeah, we would love to see a Yone 2 now coming onto the board to give it a little bit of extra power boost, and looking for a set unlock, going to level 8 on neutrals. Meanwhile, looking at Funkster's spot here, how are we feeling about this Bilgewater setup?
Our Tom Kench is still a 1-star. Hopefully we've been feeding him a little bit. I mean, we really want to see some of these better Bilgewater items, because I guess the problem that Funkster has now is that he never really got to unlock things like the Dead Man's Dagger, or I guess the Pile of Citrus is the best thing he got. But honestly, missing a lot of those Bilgewater 7 items. And so I guess he's trying to go fast 9 and cap out around whatever, fast 9 he can find, as we see. Hopefully he's going to level up here. Yep. And now he's going to roll down for 5 costs that are useful. Does see the Swain, does find a Tom pair, trying to find the 2-star Tom to stabilize the board. That's a Fiddlesticks there if he wants it. Also has the Shyvana, opts not to take it, and just looking for at least trying to find the Tom 2, but still nothing on the board yet. Selling units from the Bilgewater shop to try to make more money, or at least feeding it to Tom. But for now, gonna have to settle for this tank items being on this just a 2-star Nautilus, which is not the most ideal. Maybe this Braum is kind of helpful, but compared to some of the boards these folks have, look at this. Tarek 2, Annie, Mel, this board is starting to get terrifying from Nolan Fox.
Definitely. And the Ambessa just mowing down the tanks, having a little bit of trouble getting through the Nautilus, but that Annie is going to put out so much DPS to just um, melt those backline units. And it's going to, it looks like it's a pretty decisive win for Millennial Fox, although the Misfortune is putting in work.
Wow.
Wow, what a fight.
You can see Funkster's reaction there, hand on head, saying, "I thought I was dead." Still alive for now. Trying to find that Tom 2 desperately though to stabilize. Really wants to be able to move these items off of the Nautilus and onto a Tom, but still hasn't found it. Does find a Kindred, but can't really play it here because the front line is still lacking. And yeah, stuck on all these pairs. The worst feeling when you have 0 gold.
Definitely. We still have a few more lives to work with. Maybe 2 if we're lucky. No, that's definitely 2 lives. And that win was pretty huge to, have a couple of extra shops for us to find those key upgrades. Going up against Slice Down's board, we have gone out of Ishtal into a more traditional Invoker setup and the Nidalee on the side, although it is getting mowed down by the Lucian Senna.
Yeah, the Misfortune can reach the backline with these Make It Rains over and over again, which is honestly becoming the difference. Because even though Slice Down has a very big tank with the Golden Dragon, it's not enough when you just reach the backline. So that's going to be really scary for Slice Down to 1 life. I will say, by the way, we do have 2 sort of outright leaders, but the rest of the folks are all between 20-ish health and 0 health, somewhere in between. So it's really going to come down to 1 or 2 fights. Huge finds.
Huge shop.
I mean, doesn't have the money to make both upgrades right now, but once he makes them, he will be very, very stable.
Definitely. Millennium Fox, one of our players on 1 life here, his the Annie 2. Looks like we will put those tank items on the Tibbers, which will provide a lot of stall for the Annie to get to the backline. Looking at Slice Down, going up against Ladder Slayer, now with a, is that an Ornn 2? That is a beefy meatball.
Ornn 2 with an Orb of Ascension. If the Ornn survives long enough, it'll become an even bigger goat. The Nidalee is Shadow Clone, but doesn't really matter. This Ornn is living forever, and I think Slice Down might be out.
Definitely. Yeah, it's looked like a pretty brutal fight. It is trying its best, but the flexible setup from Ladder Slayer just is so powerful, and down goes Slice Down.
Yep, Slice Down is sliced away from the competition, and Millennium Fox stays alive. Funkster now down to 10 health as well. It's going to be a close call for these 4. This next round may determine their fates of the entire season ahead.
Definitely. I am just on the edge of my seat, looking at some of these setups from our players on 1 life. Dank Memes with a Rise 2, Set 2, and a Silas online on his board. That Rise, if given enough time, is going to do a lot of damage and potentially going through some of the more beefy front lines that we've seen with the... Oh, that is still an Ornn 1-star, yet it has so much HP.
Incredible.
Incredible.
I guess it's a matter of Ornn getting both the boost from the orb itself and getting the the artifact bonus that it gets for equipping artifacts. So it's a combination of both things, but still it's kind of insane. It's really unfortunate though that Funkster here still doesn't have a Tom 2 to speak of, but at least has a 2-star on both Senna and Shyvana. So has good units. They're just not the units you want to have stuff on, which is the Bilgewater units really here.
Definitely.
Right. It will come down to this round for a bunch of these folks. Here we go.
Dank Beams did not hit the Silas upgrade, but again, the Rise 2, will it target the Yone, and will it be able to take down these key units before it gets to yours? The Yone on the Rise, a huge ultimate, and it looks like it is the end for Dank Memes for this game.
Yep, Dank Memes goes down, Funkster also goes down, and that means Broseph and Millennium Fox still alive in this one. Nope, Broseph also goes down.
And we are down to our top 4 players. That was what a round for our players, just hanging on 1 life, depending on whether or not they hit their key units. And these fights are also incredibly close.
A mass exodus of sorts. Millennium Fox still staying alive with this Arcanist Annie build, and this Mel, this Noxus Flex board that has been gaining popularity in this patch. Still only on 3 health, but If you can make the upgrade to Swain next turn, has locked the shop, could become even more stable. But oh my goodness, runs right into the huge Ladder Slayer Ornn board. A rapid fire cannon on the Ornn. I
Oh
mean,
my
a little
goodness.
extra range never hurt, huh?
True. And the Volibear going straight to the Seraphine, but the Mel and the Annie remain untouched. Never mind, spoke too soon as the Volibear goes on the Mel. And the Kindred just mows down the rest of the board, and down goes Millennium Fox.
So Ladder Slayer, Ready, and David Ace still staying alive in this one. David Ace finally taking a loss after winning so many with that 3-star Ari. But yeah, Ladder Slayer's board looks incredibly capped out and still has room to go because this Ornn will keep printing artifacts every 4 fights.
Definitely. Ready over here, just quietly surviving to the top 3. We're still on an Aatrox 1, but again, the Belveth interaction with the Navori Flicker Blades and the Titan's Resolve that will provided a little bit of extra damage boost to slice down some of the more beefy front lines. Like, potentially, it'll take down Ladder Slayer's humongous Ornn. We shall see.
Potentially, hopefully. I think there's a world where, the CC immunity makes a big difference, but oh my goodness, that is a big bear. Volibear 2 unlocked. There goes the Ambessa 2 as well, and we are really starting to get to the point where this board is also starting to see its strongest points. This is the spike that was needed.
And a Swain 2 as well. That is a huge power spike for Ready. We are still looking for the Aatrox too, but the Volibear will provide a lot of extra DPS for this board.
Curious to see. Okay, this is very interesting because we're seeing that I would have expected to see the shred on the same side as the Belveth, but I think the idea is that you want this Belveth to kill a couple units very quickly so they can get stacking as fast as possible. That seems to be the idea here, and just put your strongest units in front of their backliners instead. So far, it's looking like it's paying off, but look at the scaling on the other side. If this Ornn lives for another 2 or so seconds, it's going to get big!
Oh,
Huge
and we see a
Ornn!
big Ornn! Huge Ornn! And Ready goes down to 1 life, and David Ace goes down as well. We have our top 2 players, Ladder Slayer with this dominant board, and we still haven't hit a Volibear 2 yet, so he has room to get even stronger.
Here we go. Last fight here on the line for Ready. Has to survive this one and then a few more just to take down this Ladder Slayer board that was so strong. The aura forming paying off massively. Huge dividends. Playing around this Freyord emblem as well has been so successful. 7 Freyord. You don't see that often, but it's working out quite well here.
Definitely. We love to see some gold traits that are not played as often. Looks like they did position for the weak side so that the units can get their stacking on faster. We have the QSS on the Volibear to get that massive ult. Although, will it be enough against the tank that is still surviving, the Lysandra and the Kindred that is putting out so much DPS?
Okay, the Ornn was killed before Orb Ascension, but that might not be enough. And that's it.
And that's game. Ladder Slayer taking down the entire lobby with the aura forming. Again, we're seeing how powerful aura forming can be with the extra power boost on 4-2. And some really, really well played games, you're just playing around the units that you've got and the item setups, just resulting in a really, really dominant board with 7 Fairy Lord. I love seeing the 5 to 7 Fairy Lord setups and how they kind of move around their towers, getting a little nervous if they position a little bit wrong. But yeah, again, what a joy to see all of these players playing at their highest capacity, trying to push the tempo as much as they can, and trying to cap around their boards with the powerful 5 to 7 costs.
Absolutely. And the cool thing here is that the answer to your best board is not always what's on TFT Academy, right? It's playing around what makes the most sense. And in that game, Ladder Slayer did such a good job of saying, hey, it makes sense to play 7 Freyord in this spot. And now as we take a look at the standings, we're going to see how that last game impacts Ladder Slayer and other folks' positions on the leaderboards. As we see, yeah, I believe Funkster and Slicedown both in a rough spot after those performances. Needed a lot more points. Probably not going to make it out after that one, as the bottom 4 will likely get eliminated here. So we'll see once things are fully updated what the actual ramifications are. But for folks like Ladder Slayer who needed a big boost in the things just to survive, that was a very welcome victory for him.
Definitely. We'll have to see who makes it out after game 2 on the top side as well. Broseph had a pretty good day 1 coming in, but just not having as strong of a performance boost going into the last 3 to 4 games. So we shall see if he survives, and it's going to be a nail biter in the standings on the bottom side as well, going down to maybe even some tiebreakers for. We're seeing Kiyun, Panny Andrew, and Slice Down sitting at 39 points currently. So it'll all come down to how many firsts you have, how many top fours you have, but we will have to see once all of these points are being filled out.
Absolutely. He will get 4 points from this game, so that will help a little bit. But it is going to be close because some of these folks that were behind him will indeed have better performances than he did. We'll see if they can catch up to him, and we'll see who gets out immediately and who gets dismissed from the tournament. All right. That'll do it. That'll do it for us here on the cast for this game. But tune in just after the break. We got more action coming up from those who are still around trying to make it to week 2 here at America's Regionals, where they'll face off against some of the best. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned. We'll see you in just a second. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the TFT America's Regionals here on the TFT Pro Circuit here on Guardian Angel League. And welcome to the cast, Robin. Robin, how are you doing?
Thank you. I am doing wonderfully. I get to be here with a lovely bird friend of mine, and we get to cast together again. It's been so long, and I've missed being able to cast with you. And I'm
It
super
has been
excited
too
to
long.
be here for the regional.
Super excited to be casting with you again, and you've come at just the right time because we have some insane drama coming next as we get elimination after elimination and advancement after advancement as the spots for week 2 are in jeopardy for some of these folks. As we see just a second, we're gonna look at the standings here for who just made it through and who got kicked out. As we see, looks like Deleted, Brosev, Crazy Cat, and Changshan Li are the ones who made it through. Let's talk a little bit about who got eliminated as well. Funkster, Penny Andrew, Slice Down, and DQA. A close call for Funkster, who just got out on a tiebreaker with Shoma there at the last second. Unlucky for him, but we'll say bye to some folks with notable names here as well. Slice Down, a well-known player, also not making it through, unfortunately. A rough tournament there at the end for Slice.
For sure. I did manage to catch the end of that last game, and seeing them get that 8th place, it's just it's devastating, especially at such a pivotal point in the tournament.
I will say one person I actually really want to highlight in terms of people who made it through, Crazy Cat. Crazy Cat has been underestimated by a lot of players throughout the TPC, like in co-streams I've seen other places. Folks often have not given him the highest rating. Crazy Cat has been playing very consistently, very well throughout this regionals, and does make it to week 2 quite early. So fantastic performance from Crazy Cat here. Also want to highlight Brosev, who is a well-known content creator and teacher for a lot of the community. Very often coaches a lot of members who are learning how to play TFT in the community. He makes it through pretty handily here, despite only getting 5th in the last 2 lobbies after just a really good performance on day 1. So hats off to both those players, as well as Deleted and Changshan Li made it through. But yeah, Brosev, if you guys know about Brosev Tech, fantastic, helpful educational content all the time, has time to do that and be good at the game, apparently, playing quite well throughout yesterday and today. Good enough to make it in already into week 2. Will be part of the TFT Pro Circuit next season.
Super
as well as
exciting.
Kai Weng here, we're going to look out for. Kai Weng played quite well so far. I don't know if Kai Weng has made it yet out yet, but playing quite well, representing Citadel in a pretty high spot. If he finishes well enough in this game, he will manage to make it through, but the points in the top are very clumped. There's a lot of folks with 50 to 52 points. He is both at risk of getting eliminated and has a chance to make it out. Gonna really depend on this last game here. Well, second last game here for Kai Weng. We'll see how it goes, but pretty good performances throughout the tournament as well on his end. We'll see how that goes. Right. Big shout out as well to Malala, who's also a very good player, a very well-known champion from the past in a lot of ways, who's had fantastic performances, still a very great player in his own right, and currently standing at the top of the standings right now for folks who are still trying to qualify for week 2. Has 52 points, has a 1-point lead over 3 other folks who are right up there with him, but playing quite well, hoping to make it out to week 2 of regionals and have a chance at qualifying as well, not only for the pro circuit for next season, but also into that Tactician's Crown competition for the end of this set. So we'll see how they can all perform as we head into this next game in just a bit. Who are you looking forward to seeing in this next game, Robin?
Oh, good question. Because again, I've unfortunately not been able to keep up to date with the past few days for the Tactician's Crown and the TPC here. So I don't really know what is all going on. But like you mentioned, Crazy Cat being able to progress through week 2, and I'm super happy to see that as a fellow cat myself. And one who's also kind of crazy. So it's amazing to see that the representation is there, you know? Cats stand together. But going into these next few games, you mentioned Malala sort of just barely leading the pack, but that is still a wall for people to try and climb over and overcome. So I'm excited to see if Malala is able to withhold, be that immovable object, or if some of these on-top forces will break through.
Absolutely. Gonna see if folks who are towards the bottom standings right now, folks like Kiyun, Dank Memes, who are, playing well, you'd expect to see them in week 2 of regionals. They are currently still in the bottom half of the standings. So we're gonna see if they can break through. Just as a reminder for folks as to what's at stake. In this next game, if you finish in the top 4 of the standings, you will auto-qualify to week 2 and secure your spot in the pro circuit. But if you're in the bottom 4 after this next game, you'll get kicked out of the tournament. So it's gonna be interesting to see who qualifies for the next game, who qualifies immediately to the the next part of the tournament and who gets kicked out. Right now, Bobster, Dink, Memes, Phoenix A, and Shoma are the ones at risk with the lowest number of points, and they are quite low in points compared to the rest. There are often times when you have lots of folks who are sort of clumped together. In this case, these 4 players are all pretty low on the points. They need impeccable performance in the last game just to try to survive here.
For sure, especially looking towards like the very, very bottom with Phoenix and Shoma. 41 and 42, they are going to have to pull something out of their whatever hat they have. They're going to have to pull something in order to get through to the next game.
Yes, rabbits out of the hat, cards out of thin air, whatever have you, they're going to need it. They're going to need 2 firsts, I believe, just to make it out, because they are quite behind in points, and even a top 2 might not be enough to guarantee they make it even to the next game. So going to need at least multiple top 2s just to get out. All right, as we take a look at the top compositions in week 1, as mentioned before, there was a ginormous patch this time around that changed the meta completely. Unlock conditions eased for a number of difficult to unlock champions, and that has completely morphed and transformed the meta as we know it, as we see a lot of Ryze played, a lot of Yone played, which was previously very difficult to unlock. Now you only need a 2-star Yasuo, so lots of things you can do to make that work.
Not even that, Demacia making a return from its fall in the Demacia Cup as well. So it looks like its descent from grace was not long-lived, and it is back in its pivotal point atop the top comps.
Absolutely, and we mentioned 3-cost rerolls are really back in the meta. Look at this Malzahar. It seems like every set, at least one time, Malzahar as a 3-cost manages to make some sort of reroll appearance. Last set, it was around all those heavyweights. This set, it's all about the Targons. Malzahar, probably with Zoe and Leona, has been the 3-star, 3-cost reroll of choice for a lot of players in the tournament, and it has done quite well. Tough to win out with it, but it's a very consistent top 4 comp, doing quite well in a lot of these games, as well as a very different comp in the Mel.
Oh yeah, Mel was something that we never really got to see, especially like Noxus as well. But yeah, with this recent patch and Mel being significantly easier to acquire, that Ambassador no longer needing to be 2-star, we do get to see it show up a lot more.
Yes, early Mel making a huge difference. Sometimes you actually even get to see her print that radiant item now if she gets enough casts off. So very excited to see if she can do, she can make some big damage. She's already done quite well. It's a tricky composition to play because as you see, the average placement not that high, but in the right spot, it can win out, especially with enough economy. It's a really good board to play. So gonna be interesting to see. I know a lot of players who focused on playing Mel only had trouble with economy there, but if you get the right econ spot, it can do quite well. As we see some of the other top comps there, my personal favorite, the Ari reroll making a play. Seeing the Nine-Tailed Fox do well always warms my heart.
Well, she is here to steal people's hearts. It looks like she's already stolen yours.
Absolutely, the charming Fox doing quite well. Look at that average placement of 3.82 and still a very high win percentage for a 3-star 3-cost reroll in the right spot. It is doing quite well, but we're also seeing other 3-star 3-cost rerolls like the Jinx reroll.
Oh, and Mundo as well on top of that. Like I remember in prior patches, Mundo being probably one of the weaker, if not the weakest bruiser, and seeing that it is now in the top comp with a relatively high average placement as well, with a 42% top 4 placement as well. Like that is insane to see.
Absolutely. As well as the Annie making a return, right? Annie was not being played for a number of patches. It was just too hard to get to Annie and get that far in the game. But now, Annie being flexed around a ton. So interesting to see how that's going to go. As well as a Sylas. The unlock condition for Sylas got so much easier. All you need now is a 2-star Gary that you can sell, and that's good enough. So Sylas and Annie making their returns, as well as the good old Bilgewater.
Yeah, for sure. Annie here to bring the heat, and Silas's chains finally broken. He is unbound and free, and he is here to wreak havoc. And we get to see, as we go into this game, we get to start off with a 2-cost champion, actually.
All right, 2 costs being the start here. There's an Aphelios on the board for David Ace for now. yeah, going to be interesting to see what these folks play around. Sometimes these 2 costs are units that help you sort of understand what you want to play, especially if you get like a Yasuo or something like this. You have the option of going into Ionia with Yone. So a lot of good options out of those 2 costs sometimes, but we'll see how that goes for these players. Looking at the standings for just a second, you really have to keep an eye on folks like Dank Memes, as well as I believe, who else in this lobby who needs a really good performance? Actually, this is a very top-heavy lobby. A lot of the players in this lobby are actually folks who are already in a decent spot in the standings. I will say that that makes it interesting because it means that some of the folks that are in the lower spots are sort of fighting each other in the other lobby for placements as well. Masya on the board here a little bit. A couple of Sonas wait here for Bruh, who is got a fun name, I would say.
I have to say, I love that name. But opting not to actually place the Demacia units, opting to instead go for that 2 defender in the Nico Vi, which we get to see quite a lot even still. I do love to see it. A very, very strong opening lineup to have, especially with that Arcanist open.
I wonder if Bruh actually opts into a sort of like, with these items right now, has the Giant's Belt, has a bow, even has a tier. There's a world where you could go into sort of a Zoe Malzahar reroll here because the items are almost perfect for that. So I would not be surprised if he goes Calculated Loss here, tries to lose streak, and then yeah, there it is. Calculated Loss, trying to basically lose all these fights, amass a bunch of rerolls, and then roll on level 7 for Zoe Malzahar, using the Nico and Vi as the main tanks here to pair with those units and looking for the Leona as well. So I think that's the strategy. And that's why nothing is even getting started right now, right? We don't even want to play a strong board. We want to lose. Actually, might even just sell all the units and just keep the Vi and Nico on the board just to make gold. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, you immediately predicted it, and we got to see it instantly get put into action. We get to look
We're
at
even killing the
what
Caitlyn. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Didn't even want the Piltover. So instead, we see Shoma has Artifact Forge.
This is interesting.
With the Empyrean.
Yeah, we picked Gold Destiny, which is actually extremely lucky to get the Forge because you get gold and a Forge is honestly kind of broken, right? A lot of units can use artifacts right now, and this Eternal Pact will be so good for any caster that Shoma decides to play. So could be the start of a very good AP team. Maybe even just a Demacia board with the Eternal Pact is quite good because your strongest tanks in Demacia are living for quite long. So you're sort of casting forever and forever and forever, and you're healing them forever and ever. It's a very good combo. Could work. The only issue is there's a lot of people playing AP comps right now, so could be tricky if some of those units get contested.
Ooh, and this is a fascinating board from David Ace. It has the Ionia emblem here, and playing Slayer in that Briar Yasuo, so we could see that Yone flex from the top comps that we pointed out.
I will say there's a Legion of 3 emblems pick, which is honestly going to mean that there's probably a 3-cost reroll play here. You see the Nashor Slam and the Ionia emblem is honestly perfect for David Ace. The idea is to try to go into an Ari reroll here. You have Nashors, which is great for Ari. You can play for Kennen. You have Ionia early. And the idea is like, these items are perfect for Ari. You can just... Legion of 3s allows you to put emblems on your 3-cost units and make them extremely strong, right? So there's a world where you can find a different unit, let's say like a LeBlanc or something else, and also play it as a 3-cost and go for a 3-cost reroll with something else. Either way, your 3-costs are buff, which is huge for Legion of 3s.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And like we mentioned, Sorry, I am tongue-tied today. Oh my goodness. With a lot of those free cost rerolls coming into play and making their re-emergence, yeah, seeing something like Legions of 3, like you mentioned, is insane because it gives them a lot of openings and a lot of potential to win out. Also, David Ace having already hit the 2-star Yasuo means that he'll be able to stabilize with a Yone on level 7, even without having to roll for it, right? So natural Yasuo 2 means you both have a chance at getting this Ari reroll going, but also you just get a free access to Yone, which helps you stabilize in stage 4. So it basically buys you time to roll for this Ari and roll for this Kennen at the same time. While you look for it, you have a stable board because of this Yone. It's a great way to play around the Ionians. What is our Ionia? Do we know?
A good question. I believe. I don't
Doesn't
think
look
it's
like
the
we're
gold
getting
Ionian. I think it's the
gold.
X. Wonder if it's
Might
spirits
be
or
X-
transcendent.
Yeah.
If we get it, however, soon. But okay. Oh, okay. Interesting enough, Ego is playing around the Noxus units, you can see. So there's a couple of folks who have Noxus on board. Malala also opting for some Noxus there as well. I think he used stars on board to try to get the Scion as a 2-star. So interesting play there as well. But yeah,
I mean, especially with that bruiser opening with the Shen, getting that big Scion on the board early, especially getting that star, the 2-star, getting even more HP stacks per takedown.
as we see, as I mentioned before, I don't know if you saw it, but just for a split second, but bruh.
Oh, it is XP.
Yeah, it is XP. Okay, great. Yeah, so with XP, David Ace is saying I can get to level 7 quite fast, be able to roll quite early, and use the Legion emblems to basically power up my 3-cost reroll units and be very, very strong. A great spot for 3-cost Ionia reroll. Reddy, on the other hand, already has an Ari with this with these good items, this Nashers and this Shojin, just trying to cast as often as possible, playing the Ionians and playing around this, slapping a Thieves' Gloves on this Jin for now. It's a 2-star unit, why not? And just gonna move that over later to folks like anyone else, honestly, later that we upgrade instead of this Jin, because this Jin, we can play him for now. He'll do some stuff for now, but eventually we want to get rid of him.
Jin does fall off very quickly.
Might even say he falls off by stage 4.
No, I'm pretty sure he falls off a bit earlier, but I like the joke. I like the joke.
All right, jumping in here. So yeah, Reddy's just gonna try to stay with gold here on Ionia, just leveling up as much as possible as well. It's nice to sort of have this Ionia as a splash for XP just in the meanwhile, right? Giving you sort of a free econ augment in some ways, a sort of slamming, if you will, just temporarily, even if you're not going to play Ionia long term. But in this case, I'm going to guess that Reddy is probably just going to try to contest David Ace's Ari play here. And Ego's board. Ego's actually opted out of the Noxus here, so still has this. Ego has this has this LeBlanc, but isn't really playing any Noxus units. Also playing Ionians, so everyone's just playing these Ionians for now as a sort of in between to keep up pace with leveling at the same time as everyone else who's also playing Ionia for their endgame board. Very interesting to see.
Sure. Like missing out on that Invoker, so not going to be able to get any additional mana, especially from attacking, with that little bit of attack speed that LeBlanc is getting.
Eve Ladder Slayer's last cast will be able to crit and kill the Sona. Oh, it was a close
but
one.
It was still insanely close. Oh my goodness. It all came down to who cast first. Maybe if we had that Invoker.
Maybe with Invoker, right? But in any case, Ego not able to make the 5 streak happen is going to go into the minions with a 1 loss streak, which is actually a huge, a rough time for the Econ now. Only has the 30 gold to speak of, but at least is up to the level 5 and 13 XP, and will probably farm another XP in the next player combat.
Sure. Has the loss streak like you mentioned, but it's at 30 gold, and that is sort of like middle of the pack. That seems to be where everyone is sitting at right now. So it might not be as detrimental as we may think.
The craziest thing is at this point, it feels like maybe 4 or 5 players are playing Ionia boards, right? Like Ego just flexed into a 5 Ionia board. We had other players earlier, like I think who is it? David Ace was playing Ionia, right? Literally everyone is playing Ionia in some way, shape, or form. Even here with Bra has the Ari for now, right? So there's Ionians across the board for so many players, which is it's high value for the XP, but it also means everyone is getting slowed down by each other's contesting of these Ionian units.
But I am very interested in Bra's board here. We get to see some Targons. We have that Bard as well. Something of like a Bard Targon reroll. Is that a thing? Are we making?
You could
this
play
a thing?
Bardophelios,
Really,
yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I know
Bardophelios
that's
is a
usually
competition that
with,
can be played.
Cruises, but
It used to be the Scion would be played here. I guess for now, again, the hope eventually for Bra is to make it to level 7 and go for this Leona plus Malzahar plus Zoe reroll, but just very low on health right now and very low on gold. But I will say, the 6 loss streak provides a lot of gold, right? So hopefully can sort
and
of
with calculated loss as well.
yes, lots of rerolls from both the Bard and the calculated losses, hoping to spike massively in the back half of stage 3, stabilize, get to 2-star Malzahar, 2-star Zoe, 2-star Leona, and be in a safe spot by that point.
Hey, speaking of 2-star Zoe, we did just see Dank Memes acquire said 2-star Zoe.
So Dank Memes has flexed into this Zoe line, which actually makes it much tougher for someone like Blah to hit those Zoes. As we see, if we're going for reroll line, we are definitely going for these duplicators in gold, but otherwise could be going for combat hero or item with the Feed of the Flames. Interesting. Yep, goes for the duplicators there. Oh,
Blemify! Oh my goodness!
okay. Golemify is actually so strong. So the idea with Golemify is to say, look, I'm going to win all of stage 3 with a really big golem that no one can honestly literally break through, right? Whatever I play behind this golem is good enough, especially because nowadays they give you a 2-star 2 cost of some kind to play with the golem that attacks, right? In this case, I think it was a Teemo that gets played here. And that means that this golem is staying alive forever, along with this Teemo, which is
Especially
already
with
a
that
pretty good stable
Empyrean
unit.
Bond as well. That's a lot of shielding for this golem.
I love this play. I think that
Yeah.
honestly, this golem board could also even go eventually into a fast 9 Annie play, right? You play the golem, you have the Eternal Pact. This Annie's gonna be able to cast so often because of Eternal Pact, and your Tibbers or whoever your big tank is will stay alive forever as well, along with your Golemnify, and your board is just staying alive to burn your enemy team for eternity.
Proud of you.
By the way, Ego making a big Ego play here, going all the way to level 7, has the Yone, has the Ari, playing the 5 Ionia board, and this is the board we were talking about where you can stabilize with a Yone. Already in stage 3 means you're definitely going to win streak here. Blah, has hit at least one Malzahar, has hit the Leona 2 at least, does have a care package for some items to try to make items for this Malzahar, but this board is so far from spiking yet, and look at the power of Eagle's board. The Yasuo already on the back line, the Ari waving
not
her
even
flames.
That, but the Yone was also on the back line from round start and was just able to delete 3 of the 4 members that were there, units that were there.
Bra is in a precarious position, only 34 health left, has amassed a ton of rerolls, gonna have to make those rerolls work the moment he gets to level 7. Get to the last carousel here on stage 3. Well, interesting to see, Malala is playing around this LeBlanc and Bruiser Invoker setup. I see Reddy still has the Ionians, but again, look at how many players have Auri in their boards. Look how many players have Ionia in their boards. Everyone wants these units because they're so strong, especially in an XP-laden lobby. Ego able to grab another Ari, by the way. That's huge for Ego there. See if we can get on the board here. This is David Ace's board. And now, okay, now going for a huge roll down here. Must hit at least a Zoe 2 and probably at least one of his 3-star 3-cost units to a decent amount, right? We need to make some progress here. The Tarek is helpful, but can we find more Zoes, please? Still has a bunch of rerolls to spend. I would really prefer if he went for at least the Zoe 2 here, but maybe he's saying, okay, he's going for it. Malzahar 2 is an upgrade. There's a Zoe. One more Zoe. Not yet.
We do have those champion duplicators as well, though. It all depends on where he wishes to use them.
I think the plan for is to save the duplicators for whatever he's missing at the end. So trying to just complete whoever, because it's always hardest to find that 9th unit, right? Because the odds get worse and worse and worse. So that's the plan for now. But he might wish he had at least spent 1 on the Zoe. We'll see. For now, it looks like he can win this fight, so it does manage to stabilize a bit. But very scary spot here. Must make a lot of upgrades in the next 2 to 3 rounds. Rift Herald unlocked, Diana unlocked 4, but really doesn't care about either of those
That's the
units.
Zoe.
There's the Zoe, which does help. Playing the... Okay, this is a smart tech choice. Basically saying if I play the Targons and play this Diana for now, it can help me at least stabilize for this stage. If I can always sell this Diana later, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this is a good sort of tech choice for now, saying it's good enough. I'll play this for now, and eventually I'll be able to replace this Diana with something else, like a Swain or something else. Now for the opposite board. Does go up against a... Ooh, is that an Azir?
Ooh, that is an Azir fully itemized as well. Oh, that is very scary.
I will say, having the Azir on 3-6 means that you're unlocking something like a Renekton or a Nasus in the next 2 or 3 turns. Whoever has this board, I can't see, will have a... Okay, it's ready. Ready now has an Azir board. Could scale up massively in the next couple boards. Not as strong yet as the Zoe board, but in a couple turns from now, could get very, very strong.
Also has Arcane Victory as an augment. So that's
Absolutely,
gonna
the
be,
stun will be massive for
1.5
combat.
second stun every 8
Mhm.
seconds.
I do think that Bra lucked out very well in those matchups, right? He really needs to preserve HP, so getting those 2 matchups instead of very strong players as the matchups was very lucky for him. Still needs to hit a lot of upgrades though. Still waiting for a lot of those upgrades to kick in. The neutral minions here on the board. A lot of folks... Shoma, by the way, with an 8 win streak. Ladder Slayer with a 7 win streak. They're both in very good positions. And as for them, I believe Ladder Slayer with a good performance here can auto qualify to the next day, next week. So really hoping to go top 2 here. I think that's what his aim is for now. Meanwhile, Shoma really needs to win. Shoma's only hope to make it out of today, out of this last game into the next game, is to win this lobby. Even then, the odds are stacked against him. So he really needs a victory here. As we see, still rolling down.
Sold the Malzahar for that Aurelion Soul. The Star Forger is here.
Okay, this is interesting. So makes the Leona 3. Huge stabilizer. That's going to help a lot. I'm actually a little bit surprised that we opt out of the Malzahar into this a soul spot instead. But I think the idea is saying that, look, if I with this Leona 3, I don't think I have enough time to hit Mal's 3. I need to just start playing for these out of getting first. Because Bra needs a top 2 or something better, honestly, in my opinion, to stay alive and position himself in a good spot. So he's playing for a higher cap out with this A soul than just going for a 3-cost reroll, which is very interesting to me. But I think it makes sense given they just hit Leona 3 rather than his carries first.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, something that I was saying to myself as I was getting ready for this tournament and to cast it, I was really looking forward to seeing Aurelion Soul. I'm not gonna lie, so I'm really glad I got to see it.
Yeah, at least one game of Space Doggo spotted. Still looking around for that elusive Zahen, but at least for now, we've got the Space Doggo. Alright, so all gold augments in this one, as we see, Unsealed from Steel, always a good option. Never a bad option for taking some stuff. The staff is useful now, not just the Darkened Bow. So there's a lot of good choices you can make there, but opts to not take that one this time. Exiles is also not bad, but Staffsmith being the option here, saying I need items, that's items. Dank Memes now transitioning the board over. Okay, not a lot of gold here for Dank Memes, but still has a bunch of rolls and the epic roll down amassed. Does not really find any useful units though. Not a lot of 2-stars. Does have the 2-star Lysandra. There's the Garen. Okay. So here's the thought. We can play this board for now, and we can get to sort of a Annie or a Rise board in level 9. So now we just have to save money and stay alive. That's the goal for Dank Memes.
For sure.
Masya screened by the Garen, who is going to stay alive quite well. One of the tankiest units in the game, when properly itemized, has the Spirit Visage and this Dragon's Claw to stay alive forever against Malala, who tried to malicious monetization, but got a very bad matchup here. Wanted to kill more units for gold, did not KO that many units, and is sitting at not that much gold afterwards because of it. You see David Ace still rolling for those Aries.
Stabilizing a bit though, being able to take down Shoma from their win streak that they had.
Mm-hmm.
But Bra taking a loss there is kind of iffy.
The Ladder Slayer, if I had to guess, Ladder Slayer with that much gold is saying, I have 67 health, haha, 67 health, and I have lots of gold. So I can get to Rise in level 9 by sacrificing some health this stage and just speed leveling to level 9, right? I have the right items for a Rise, Demacian Rise game, so I can sort of play for that. So that's, I think, Ladder Slayer's angle out here is just go for that. Meanwhile, over here on whose board is this? Malala's board, we're going to sell the Scion, I think, put the items on someone else instead. Found the Zillion very early, so the Zillion might be our new carry. And yeah, moves the items over to whatever tank units can take them for now. On the other side, though, David Ace, stable with that Yone, stable with that Ari, feeling pretty good about the spot with the Legion of 3. Good fight there for David Ace, and Malala down to dangerously low health.
That is a very late Poppy unlock, and you know what? I respect it.
Yeah, not itemizing a Demacian or a Yordo until very late. Probably not part of the comp, but hey, unlocking more units is never bad. Malala goes for that Pan. I think really just wants the Shyvana to try to stabilize the board a bit better is my thought, because Malala is basically down to 2 fights at this point and just needs something good, right? I will say that Malala was in top spot before this game, so really just hoping to squeeze out more points than an 8th. All right, as we head over to Reddy's board. What do you think about Reddy's board here?
Reddy's board is scary. Very, very scary. We see the easier. We've got the Nasus on the bench. We've got that Ambassador there. Well, sorry, that's a Nasus pair. We've got a very, very beefy front line. We're lacking a little bit in our backline damage, but Azir can definitely scale. And if we can get that Renekton or even that Xerath unlock, we're going to see a lot more damage output come. But we're running out of time for Reddy.
We are running out of time.
Malala
Malala also another player who's running out of time here. Hopefully has enough time to deal with this Annie. The set gonna go down early, but going to do the sit-ups, and the JG set is very scary. So we gotta kill them something, get rid of all these units very quickly. Otherwise, Malala will get absolutely bottomed out by the boss. The burn being applied to the whole board. This Annie doing so much work. It's gonna be a close fight though. One last lasers from the Lux could do it.
Fight, but the Annie fall. Not being able to fan the flames long enough to kill any of these units. Just that front line doing work. I was very scared from that set getting sent out early and immediately back in. I was very, very scared. But hey, that Lux doing numbers.
Doing numbers indeed on the damage counter. I will say Malala is probably playing at this point just to try to get a 6th place, because honestly, with only 6 gold in the bank, stuck at level 8, probably cannot manage to make a top 4, but is in a high spot in the standings right now, so doesn't need to really get a top position here, just needs to squeeze out as many points as possible to maintain a decent enough spot to be in the top 4 heading into next game. See Aurelion Soul on the other end against Reddy, who's also on a last life here. Reddy has to win this fight. Gonna try to beat the Space Doggo, but doesn't have a lot of damage to deal with it. Oh! Does manage to drag the Space Doggo into the board though. But holding hands to head. As the Skarner gets pulled.
Dead, there is no damage. It's just the Leona and the Lucian Senna.
Yeah, what an unlucky fight for Bra, who got the Skarner of Reddy, able to pull Bra away just in time. That Space Doggo gets pulled in the middle of the board. That Doggo is dead.
Doggo down.
Doggo down. Don't tell PETA. All right, as we see Reddy, really would love to make a Nasus 2. Nasus 2 can sort of stabilize the board here and allow for a win streak to eventually play into a Shurima win streak situation. And at this point, Reddy needs to win every single fight. So it's going to come down to whether Nasus 2 gets hit and maybe a 0-2 at this point, but has the Mel. So Mel 2 could also be a stabilizing force.
Sure, especially with that disruptive buff now being activated as well. So going to be able to make the enemies take more damage and deal less.
All right, there's the
There we
Nasus
go.
2, there's the Swain 2.
There's a Swain 2 as well. There's an Ambassador as well. That is an insane amount of upgrades for Reddy. But will it be enough? Is ready.
Spirit Visage, a great choice in terms of the items to make. Giant Slayer also, this is exactly how I would have itemized. Great items for, really good items rolled for the Skarner as well. These Lucky Clubs were fantastic. Malala also down to 1 health. Barbara down to 1 health. All 3 players at risk here. Malala did manage to get a Rom 2, Garen 2. This is a fight for last place. Whoever loses this is in last place.
Oh my goodness. And this is awful for both of these players here. Maybe not so much for Malala, but Bra needs to win this in order to stay in.
He does manage to win that one.
And he
So
does.
Malala will get eliminated from this game. Not the result Malala wanted, because Malala could have auto-qualified with anything like a top 4. Instead gets an 8th. Only gets 1 point here, and will have to play in the last game of the day most likely after that performance. You can see that he's not happy about that one.
For sure.
Let's look at Ladder Slayer's board. Did manage to find the JG on the set, feeling good. Ready's still here with the upgraded Nasus, upgraded Mbessa, upgraded. I mean, the front line looks great. The only problem is the back line, and we can't get to level 9 to roll for this Azir and this Mel.
Yeah, that is something that I mentioned when we last looked at Reddy's board. We've got an insane amount of frontline, but the backline just, while it is itemized, they're only 1-star units. While they can do some amount of damage, they haven't reached their full potential.
Into Dank Memes' board here. Dank Memes currently sitting on wait, is this Shoma's board or is Dank Memes' board? Sitting on a Lysandra, just a simple Freyord Invoker type setup, I guess. For now, has an Azir as well, so this is part of the reason why these Azirs cannot be found. And yeah, I don't know. Can this Azir Mel break through this front line? We need a big crit from this Mel. The orbs are spinning. They are also being pondered. I think it might be just enough to win this fight for
Yeah,
Reddy. So
that
Reddy
front
stays
line.
alive. Maybe that Renekton can be unlocked soon.
That front line is just too beefy to break through. We can see some upgrades coming in. Dank Memes with a 2-star luck now. Well, as David Ace opting to go to level 9, as well as Shoma. Orbit Brother gets a 2-star Aurelion.
Oh, 2-star Acel is a massive upgrade. As long as it doesn't get pulled randomly, it could be a game-winning upgrade for Bra if he can get luck out for the rest of the matchups. Once that Acel gets scaled, it is so terrifying. But here it is, Bra into Dank Memes. Dank Memes might be able to survive this fight, but Bra cannot. So Bra
We
needs
also
to win this
don't
fight to
know
stay
how
alive.
Upgraded Acel is. This could be an insane amount of damage, and Acel is only going to get stronger. Like, even
Lux
throughout
laser
the game
misses.
itself.
Oh,
At that time though, and the Garen is slowly being whittled down. The Lux isn't able to put out enough damage to do anything to this Acel. The Garen is still alive, but the backline has been decimated. Bra takes the win here,
and Reddy goes down.
and Reddy goes down. Hey, a Yordle emblem. Sorry, that was just the first thing I saw. Ooh, a Yordle emblem.
Yeah, always interested to see if anyone takes an emblem at this point in the game, because it means they can sort of slam an extra trait on their board. But in this case, Yordle, a little bit tricky to take. I'm going to guess most players are going to opt for the other items at this point. Although we'll see. Oh, David Ace goes for it. Actually, that makes sense for David Ace.
That is on a Lysandra.
David Ace does have a cannon, so if you add a Yordle there, it's actually quite
Ooh,
useful
yeah.
to add the Yordle in. Actually going to make quite a difference. All right, well, let's look at Dank Memes' board. It's a standard Invoker board, has only a Rise 1, so speed level to level 9, but didn't really manage to find a Rise 2, and is now kind of stuck on this Freyord board that's Demacia, Freyord-ish, but just not quite the board that's looking for. Lux can be a good unit in stage 4, but she starts to sort of fall off in stage 5, and we're seeing it as
Oh, and
Dank
Ladder
Memes on the
Slayer
last
gets
life.
a 2-star rise.
And this is the contester, right? Rise 2 on Ladder Slayer's board. That's the reason why Dank Memes couldn't find these rises. And it's so tanky in the backline. Meanwhile, this Lux trying to laser it down, but not doing enough damage. And the burn has begun. As Donkey from Shrek would say, burn, baby burn, Disco Inferno on the board as the Rise is spreading damage. The Annie is whittling the damage down. Double Dragon's Claw doing so much work, but not quite enough. And Dank Memes will get eliminated from this game.
Well, not just that, but Ladder Slayer with another upgrade to their board, getting that 2-star set. Ego, looking for a 2-star set, has the pair, also has a pair of Lucian Sennas, but has no gold.
I was saying earlier this game that it was going to be a battle of Ionian contesting because there were so many folks who were playing Ionian boards. And if you look at it, this board is not a bad board, but because of all the folks who are going for Ionia boards, it couldn't be a reroll line like some of the other players were. So ends up being a fast 9 Ionia, but not quite as strong as maybe this A-Soul, but we'll see. Can this Quicksilver Titan's Resolve Yone do enough? It hasn't reached the A-Soul yet, which is very bad news for Ego. The last bastion is this Yone. One last cast, doing so much work, but I think this A-Soul is going to have just enough.
It's just going to be able to do enough, and down goes Ego. We are into our top 4.
Bra, stabilizing around this A-Soul. What a tech choice to instead of going for Zoe Malzahar, to opt into the A-Soul, has made it pay off so far, has a chance to possibly win out if he can stay stable here. Taking a look at the standings, ramifications for these players. Shoma, Ladder Slayer, David Ace, and Bra. I will say that David Ace and Bra were both on the bottom half. Shoma really needs a first, by the way. Shoma, again, needs to win this game to stay alive, in my opinion. And mathematically, otherwise, might be eliminated. Bra also needs a pretty good result here to stay alive. Ladder Slayer was on the top half, so he's already feeling pretty good about his spot after this one. Would love to win and be in. Right? If he wins, I'm pretty sure he makes it into the next week of regionals. And David Ace also in a good enough spot that if he wins, could at least make it to the next game. Right. Eyes 2 on the board for Ladder Slayer. Also, I think that's a Galio 2 in the background on the bench.
That is a Galio 2.
See how it goes. Demacian Rise. But facing up against this A-Soul, a big fight here. Shyvana comes thundering down. Now going to breathe fire all over the place. The big knockup though from the Galio, who's going to rally the Demacians. The burn is applied to the whole back line, but this A-Soul doing so much with each Starfall, and this Leona refuses to go down. Ladder Slayer staying alive with 2 health remaining. And David Ace.
Oh my goodness, the same with David Ace on 1.
David Ace playing around this Ionian Yordle Senna. Honestly, interesting. And we see the 2-star Annie. Oh, okay. Ice detect. Okay, here we go. Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Opting to sell the 1-star Shyvana for that 2-star Annie. Now immediately switching the items from the Tarek to that Tibbers.
Ladder Slayer is saying, I need to play a 2-star Annie for this board to work. It's a last gamble, right? We're saying maybe that's all you need to win the fight, right? The Galio is a sort of quasi last unit here. And we'll see, can this Tibber stay alive long enough to make this fight worth it? The Galio does rally. Davies on the other side, though, has this Ahri that's critting over and over again. The set still is not proc, so no sit-ups yet. Set's Ahri on the back line. Big ultimate, though, from David Ace on the Yone. Burn applied on the Yenny. The set's still alive. The Yone's still alive.
But the Yone can't be CC'd.
One last cast!
And the Yone!
Look at David Ace.
David Ace is furious. Bro. Oh no, David Ace won. Sorry, I thought it was the other way around. My apologies.
Jumping for joy. You can see the elation on his face. He's clapping, he's jumping, and he stays alive as and Ladder Slayer both go down. Gets the top 2, has a chance at making out immediately. Shoma still has 24 health. We'll see who can win out here. Remember, Shoma really desperately needs a top 1 to try to survive into the next day.
It is definitely going to be an uphill battle for David Ace, only being on 1 health. There cannot be any mistakes.
Radiant item from the Mel did get printed. Look at that. Radiant Gunblade.
Radiant Gunblade. That's my favorite. Yes!
Here we go. Oh yeah, this Mel is doing massive damage.
Yeah.
The Yone is already gone. The Ari is about to get eliminated. And Shoma wins out on this one, says, I have a chance. One more game, he says. He holds his hand into the air.
Very, very happy for that victory, Shoma is, and I am just as happy for them. Like you mentioned, and I definitely agree, fully needed it. And it's
Shoma was at the
amazing to
bottom
see
of these
it go
standings
through.
heading into this last game with 41 points. But with that win, gets to 49 points, and we will see if that's enough to stay alive. I believe it probably is, but we'll have to check in just a second as we see the standings yet to get updated as we head. Yep, okay. So we're taking a look. It's going to be close. I think Shoma survives with that.
I
Oh, it's
think
close.
so.
It's so close.
Dank Memes does only have 47.
I
So
think
we
that might eliminate
be
Dank Memes.
seeing- I think Dank Memes is out. Bro also placed incredibly well. Also, this
It's
might
gonna
be
be
an
tight. It's gonna be
upset.
tight. I don't
It's gonna
know.
be incredibly close.
In the chat, can you guys do the math? Who's got the math? Who's the calculator out
Who's
there?
good at maths? I'm too gay for maths. But I think with Dank Memes only having 47 points and Shoma getting that first place, I think Shoma is in and Dank Memes is out.
Yeah, Shoma has 49 and will pass Dank Memes for certain. But also will get, I believe, I'm not sure if it's 4 or 5 or 6 points here, but also gets a ton of points here. So I think also gets to maybe 50, 51 points. So it's really a matter of if 49 points is enough to stay alive.
It also depends on
Bobster will
whether
definitely be
David
eliminated.
Ace or
Dank Memes
Lattice
gets eliminated.
Slayer.
Phoenix also gets eliminated, I think. So it's really a matter of how. I think Shoma stays alive. We shall see. I think Shoma stays alive. Well,
Hanabi. Shoma doesn't stay alive.
you're kidding.
Shoma doesn't stay alive.
There's no way. Oh my goodness.
Oh no. It's so unbelievably close. Bruh getting as high as they did. Gets 2
Oh, because Purple plays too high.
Bruh.
Oh wow. Oh goodness. Yeah. That's so unfortunate for
No.
Shoma. Shoma just won at the last second. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, with that heartbreak, we'll say adieu to 4 members of the tournament and successfully clap, I guess, for 4 of the others. But after this quick break, we'll be on for the last game of the day. 4 will advance and 4 will be out, and we'll see what happens after this one. Don't go anywhere. More action after this quick break from us. All right, we are right back to the action here with the last game upcoming on the first weekend of America's Regionals here at the TFT Pro Circuit on Guardian Angel League. Oh, it's a mouthful. All right, we are ready with some standings here. We have the last 8 folks who will be competing. The top 4 after this one make it out to week 2. The bottom 4 are gone forever. So it's really a fight for your life situation this last lobby.
Forever, Hanabi.
Gone forever. I don't make the
No.
rules.
So, you get bottom 4, you're just not allowed to play TFT again?
Not for this season. Not for this
Oh
season.
well, you heard it here first, folks. Hanabi is just gonna completely destroy your internet if you get bottom 4. So don't get bottom 4.
Well,
But
we're
looking
looking
at the
at a
standings
very
here-
tight finish here for all these folks. Shoma, unfortunately, with the first place, not able to get enough points because he was so far behind before that game to come back in time. But looking at the standings here, everyone is so close in the point totals that basically it's kind of a top 4 in your in situation, right? If you top 4, you're probably making it. If you don't top 4, you're probably out.
And speaking of top 4s, going into this game, we spoke about it while we was on break. Our top 4 picks. Hanabi, first through 4th, go.
I think we're gonna see Kiyun in first. I believe probably David A somewhere in maybe second. I think we had Reddy in third and Ripple in fourth, if I'm not mistaken, as our picks for now. But
Yes.
again, we're expecting a good performance from Ripple. That's our guess. But we'll see. Malala could still make it happen. Only 1 point off. And honestly, it's anybody's game in this last lobby. We've seen insane comebacks in the past before, and Bra also has had really good performances throughout in the last 3 games. So anyone could make a name for themselves in this last lobby. It's really going to come down to how it goes. Encounters that are interesting could also completely change the game, right? If we see an emblem game or a scuttle puddle game, anything could happen. So gonna be interesting to see what happens in the last game. We'll see. Game 12 is gonna be a doozy.
It is definitely going to be something, that is for sure. And here we see the upcoming lobby. David Ace, Kiyun, Reddy, Babzera, Malala, Ego, Ripple Overdrive, and Bra, who, like we mentioned, anybody's game. There is no difference in points between them. Like 54 through to 51, and that is it. That is 3 points.
Yeah, a 3-point difference with so many folks tied right now means that, like we said earlier, top 3 might even be like almost a guaranteed in, right? So all you really gotta do is top 3 or top 4 this lobby, and there's a good chance you make it, even with ties on the basis of better tiebreak for getting a top 4. So we'll see. I mean, if you're on the bottom end, you probably want to get a top 3, but hey, if you're getting a top 4, it's probably good enough. It's really a last game for your life with not that much disparity in points. Oh goodness, they're all smiling on these pictures, but they must be absolutely nervous in this last game, because winning this game means you get a ticket to next week and a ticket to the pro play for the next season and a chance at competing in Tactician's Crown if you do well enough in the next week of regionals. So wow, everything resets after this game. It's gonna be exciting to see how these players navigate this last game of this patch.
Yeah, and I am nervous for them, but we get to see Ego here. Has been playing insanely well, for sure. Is on the lower end of this bracket right now, obviously with that, what was it, 52 points off the 54? So definitely on the lower end, but still, that is anybody's game. A 58.9 top 4 rate, so insane chances for them to go through here. For sure, they are looking very, very good here, very, very safe.
The wildest thing of all to me here is that a 4.05 placement is not quite enough to qualify yet, right? That's a very consistent placement for anybody who plays PFT. You know that the average is around a 4.5 if you're playing about even. So 4.05 is a great result, honestly, and it shows the quality of these pro players and how difficult it is and how consistent you have to be to make it out. As we head into game, Emblem game is here. I must have called it. Rise is here to spice up this last one. It's almost as if it was destined to occur. Here we go. Emblems on the board for all these
very
folks.
Early Nautilus as well for Ego. That is an insanely strong, insanely tanky unit. Being able to give both Warden and Juggernaut, we can see Ripple Overdrive with the double Viego here, with a Quick Striker emblem as well. There's going to be a
Oh,
very,
wow.
very strong Viego.
I'm scanning through all these emblem combinations to see if any seem particularly broken. I think the Noxus emblems are being very highly valued because you get early Noxus access, which is nice. I think there's a couple folks who have Void emblems who won't be feeling as happy about what they
Ooh.
rolled.
No, I don't know. Kiyun with a Void Disruptor emblem. That is a very easy Malzahar.
Oh, true. You could play Void Malzahar. It is a good item. Yeah, it could be very good there. Actually,
But
I'm eating my
Babzera
words.
with the long shot, could we be seeing a Kai'Sa game? We might be seeing Kiyun and Babzera contesting each other on that Void, going for completely different boards.
Well, as expected, an early LeBlanc unlock here. LeBlanc being a great way to sort of tempo your way through with some Noxus. So you see gold augments here, and already a huge choice. Do you gamble on the advanced loan? The next augment here would be lower. So far, he's keeping it open. Malala is debating, is the gold worth it? He's opting for it for now, and he's still thinking about it. Do I gamble? He doesn't
No,
go.
it
He
goes
doesn't go
against
for it. He
it, but
rolls it.
Picklip slamming. That is a very, very strong augment from my own experiences.
Oh my goodness. Two players took advanced loans. Look at Kiyun and Ego. They're both betting that the next augment will not be prismatic. They are hoping that it'll be a gold augment.
They are praying. And we get to see a hefty rolls. I love hefty rolls, especially with that Scion there. We
Oh,
get the free
wow.
Noxus in. Hefty rolls I love seeing, honestly.
Okay. If I had to guess, this is going to be a hefty rolls into a LeBlanc 3, Darius 3 angle is the plan, I think. Playing for those Noxuses and just rolling on 7 for a bunch of LeBlancs and a bunch of maybe of Dariuses, Scions, anything to just stabilize and just trying to tempo from there. I'm honestly extremely nervous to see the next augment choice because I'm really worried for these players who took advanced loan, because if the advanced loan does not pay off and they end up with a non-prismatic augment for the middle while others get prismatics, that's going to be a big deficit for them to have to overcome despite the early gold advantage. Also want to call out the Stars Are Born pick from Ready. Stars Are Born for an early start from Ready is going to be very strong board early, and already level 5 with that actually. Saying I'm just going to level up, power up, level up fast, have a strong board. Kiyun also level 5, so these advanced lone players are going to be very scared of running into these strong boards.
I'm nervous, Hanabi. I am like utterly speechless. This is, like we mentioned, a game for their lives here. They lose, they're not allowed to play anymore.
Pretty much. Ready here and Malala, they're
And
both
that's an
big streakers.
Ishtal!
Oh my goodness. Ishtal Stars Are Born? Oh wow. I mean, I have to imagine you're forging that later. Unless, wait a second. Has the Ishtal already? Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
With an Ishtal emblem. Also has a Tryndamere on the board as well, I'm pretty sure.
So, one of the things that Ready can opt for here with that, right, is saying, okay, I don't even need the massive Ishtal cash outs. I just need like some duplicators or some items. And I can basically play it as if it's a gold augment with some extra items or something else, like a grab bag or some duplicators or whatever you get. So, opting to keep that Ishtal for now and could always reforge it later, not a bad call. For now, Kiyun here, who took the advanced loan, but is actually lost streaking off the advanced loan. Not in the best spot here. Is playing some Bilgewater, does have some Slayer, does have some Disruptor. Not the happiest with the situation, but going to be looking for high econ as a result. You see Ripple Overdrive has the Ionia, has the Bruiser, but playing Bilgewater as well, so contesting on that Bilgewater that Kiyun was playing earlier. Fighting into Malala, who, yep, just sort of stabilized with some gold, but still, you know, this Ripple Overdrive board is quite strong already.
Very, very strong board. But that hefty rolls, especially with that sign, that is going to scale astronomically. There is no ASOL, but the stars are here. It's ready. Ready. Stars are born.
Yep. Oh, actually, Ready?
I'm sorry.
Ready is, okay, look at Ready's board. Ready actually has a Tryndamere Ash combo. So I wonder if Ready's actually going to try to print like an artifact anvil from the cash out for the Ishtal to try to put it, because the biggest difficulty here is that like Tryndamere really needs an artifact to be successful, right? It's Tryndamere is strong in the mid game but falls off late, but with an artifact can win out. So this is the big difference here is I think if you can find an artifact of some kind for this Tryndamere, you are happy. Like a Sweet Treats augment or something might be very helpful, but we'll see.
This is also a Quick Striker Tryndamere. It does have the Quick Striker emblem, so it's going to be synergizing incredibly well with the Ash pairing.
Absolutely. All right, Ripple Overdrive's board looks very nice. A Juggernaut Mundo that's 2-star is quite tanky, so very easy to streak with early in the game. Has the Bruiser trait active as well, so that Mundo is very, 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 very huge. That Mundo will go where he pleases. Also, we've got 2 out of 3 Ionia. I wonder if this is going to eventually turn into a sort of Ionian board, and this is just a sort of intermediate board for now, or if we're going to opt to keep these units in there. It's going to be interesting to see what the plan is for Ripple Overdrive in the last final part of the board, but for now, just opting to try to win streak here. So, items are coming off of that Trinity for now. Removing and replacing, yeah, I like this. The even Shroud should not be on the main attack damage dealer. Put it on a tank where it belongs, and we're just doing this. This makes sense. You know, emblems are good items, right? Emblems are sort of a 1.5 of sorts compared to a normal item in the sense they provide extra stats, even if you don't have the trait. Like right now, it looks like Reddy does not have the Warden trait active, but it's still a good item to use.
Does have the Loris on the bench though, with one in shop too.
Absolutely. I think that's probably the next in, once we get to level 6, a good unit to play as the next unit in. Bruh, on a win streak, but no longer on the win streak here. I think this is going to fall to this board. Just barely.
Yep.
All right. So
This is a question I have, because it's something that I don't actually know the answer. Does the Freljord statue count toward player damage?
Count towards which thing?
Player damage.
I believe it does not count for player damage, although it does count for things like having a unit in the first 2 rows, or things like best friends or other places where you want to have like a unit. It counts as a unit, but I don't think it counts for player damage.
Okay.
So no downside to playing Freljord in that sense, I believe. Otherwise, it'd be really tough to play Freljord at all, actually, I think. But someone correct me if I'm wrong. If Mortdog's in the chat, Mortdog, you can yell at me. You're allowed. Abzera here has the Bard and some long shots. Now, I don't know what Abzera can really play from this spot. I think it's just a Void team for now, until we get to something better. Maybe it's just playing for Econ and just trying to find, like, maybe we can always still try to play around Kaisa. It could be just like a Kaisa AD comp, which makes some sense with a Void emblem. So I'm not surprised if we go for that route. Alternatively, it could just be rolling for something like a Felios or something else. I don't know. We'll see. See, Ripple Overdrive, gonna be faced with this other level 6 board, but man, misfortune already for Ripple.
Oh,
so Ripple is now
goodness.
completely locked into Bilgewater, has the misfortune as a quick striker and a red buff and an Ionia emblem. That's such a strong early upgrade. Ripple is in a great spot to play this Bilgewater board and just honestly outscale everybody immediately. He is looking so strong. As we predicted, we thought that Ripple would have a good game here. So far, he's looking like he's in a great position as the quick striker and can cap out with something like a Kindred would be fantastic.
Oh
And it is
no!
prismatic!
It's prismatic!
Ego and Kyun must be kicking themselves. A prismatic augment is the second augment here. Malala immediately opting for the Tiniest Titan for Econ and Health.
You can see Kyun taking that Jeweled Lotus. And Ego taking, is that a belt overflow? Not a belt overflow, but the gold version of it.
Yeah, the buckles. Yes, the giant buckles.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unfortunate for Kyun and Ego. They still get gold augments, which aren't terrible, but so much less power than these other folks who are going to have prismatic augments. And especially if you wanted a strong start with your high early econ, they're not sitting with win streaks, right? Folks like Ripple and Bra have better health totals, right? So if the plan was to use your gold to have high health totals, it hasn't gone that well for Ego. Kyun at least is a level 7, which is nice to see. It does mean he's going to be at least good on tempo in terms of levels, but man, it's unfortunate for those two. Bra here with a pretty good Invoker board. Oh, is that
That's a
a
Shyvana.
Yeah, I think that's the luxury subscription. So I think,
Oh, maybe.
yeah, the luxury subscription gave a Shyvana early, and it's gonna guarantee like just a good unit to play early on when you're trying to streak. It's gonna be Davies' board there. Davies does have the darken item, so very nice. And yeah, move to level 7 is opting the tempo here, and just trying to get some units on the board that are strong, whatever he has. Wants just win streak for HP, and he's probably gonna go fast 9 from this spot.
Oh my goodness, Malala with the tiniest Titan. I cannot see.
I think the tiniest Titan is such a good choice in this spot because the hope is the following. You're going to get a lot of econ here. On level 7, you're going to roll probably for your 3-star 3-cost units. And the idea is, once you spike, every fight you win, you gain 2 HP back, and you get the money to get rerolls from this tiniest Titan. So if you're low on health, it just gives you the health you need to try to survive, because right now, Malala is going to try to lose streak to get a ton of econ and have enough money to spike in level 7. There's the Darius unlock that he's looking for. It's probably a Darius LeBlanc reroll is my guess. As we head into the next carousel. Oh my goodness. I mean, nothing too crazy on this carousel. No spatulas, no pans. The Wukong picked up right away by Babzera with the cloak. But probably just, honestly, the Wukong is probably useful for Babzera as a bruiser, because he really needs another better bruiser than Alawi to be the second bruiser in this Void comp. He does end up locking into Void, which makes sense given that it's a Void and a long shot emblem. Probably all you can do is play a Kaisa and hope for the best. Right, Malala now rolling, and here we go. Big roll downs here. Does get the Ari, and this is, oh my goodness. Is he going to play what I think he's playing?
Mundo.
He's playing my favorite composition. He's playing the Ari LeBlanc Darius reroll. This is my favorite composition by far. I've used it to climb 150 LP in the last 2 days alone. It is so strong once you hit your 3-star on Darius. It is insane. It can even beat a Baron 2 that's fully itemized.
Whoa, okay. Is it safe to say that Darius is no longer bugged?
Darius is a strong unit. And with Titan's Resolve, Warden Emblem, and a Bloodthirster is so useful. It's not as useful at the 2-star level, but at the 3-star level, it will be extremely strong. As long as Malala can stay alive and get enough rerolls in the next few stages, there's a chance to really cap out high, but has to stabilize with a LeBlanc too soon. Otherwise, he will lose a lot of health to boards like this. Babzera is going to not be as strong later, but for now can punish someone like Malala, who has not yet hit all the items and all the units on the board that he needs. There's the Kennen unlock, which is also a useful unit in this comp. We are looking for more Aries, more LeBlancs. At the very least, needs a LeBlanc 2 here. Not going to opt for it. Just going to go for the Lost Streak and say, okay, max econ, let's roll a lot on 4-1 and pray for the best. Meanwhile, Ripple
with that
Overdrive has
hefty
not lost a
rolls
round.
as well, this upcoming reroll is going to really buff the team. Gonna be a lot of health. 9
Absolutely.
HP every reroll. It may seem low, but it definitely stacks up towards the end.
I wonder, okay, Ripple Overdrive, still massive health, and this is the worst matchup for Malala right now, because Malala has not yet spiked, although I think...
It's a
we'll
2-star
see.
misfortune, though.
The misfortune, oh my goodness. Yeah, this Mundo is so tanky with Juggernaut and Bruiser and Spear Visage. Malala's gonna go down to very low health here. He has to spike soon or he's gonna be eliminated from the tournament. Okay, LeBlanc 2 on the board. Yeah. I mean, with hefty rolls, these units are gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger. He just needs to hit at least one of his 3 stars next 2 turns, honestly. He's got maybe one more turn to hit 3 stars. At least one of the Ari, Darius, or LeBlanc must get 3-starred in the next 2 turns, I think.
Ideally, maybe one of the ones that are actually itemized.
So, it's gonna come down to big rolls here. Is there any sort of big econ drop? Not really. Only a
It'd get
few
5
ounces
gold.
of gold. Alright, here we go. Reforging the sword, and here comes the rolls. Must find at least one of these upgrades. There's some upgrades there, but that's not what he wants. He must get RE3 There's 60 Aries he needs. He needs 3 more Aries. Is he gonna stop here? He's gonna stop here for now.
That was, I think I counted 10 rerolls there.
Mm-hmm.
Already with a Tryndamere free, Babzera getting that 2-star Wukong, and Yoon getting a 2-star Gangplank.
He's gonna itemize this Wukong to try to keep stable and just try to win a fight. He's trying to sneak any fights possible, but look at this other side. Blah has a Invoker Yone that's also a Noxus unit. This is so scary for Malala.
That's scary for anyone, not just Malala. That's scary for me. I'm not even playing Hanabi. I'm scared.
Look at the power. Look at the power of these 2 units combined. The Darius and the LeBlanc and the Ahri doing quite a bit of work, but the set gonna pounce on this Ahri. Ahri's still alive, has a chance to dash away. Dashes away, but gets ulted again. But here's the Darius, and just stays alive. I'm telling you, this comp, when it scales, it can be insane. Only needs 3 more Ahris to get there, and farm so much gold there. Last augment choice is coming.
Last augment, it is gold. Kyun is looking... Oh my goodness.
Malala
That's a
needs
Dark Will's
something.
invasion.
Dark Will's invasion is pretty good. Still needs to itemize this LeBlanc, so might take items. We'll see. Is it Dark Will's or is it Salvage Bin?
It's
Also the
Arcane
Victory,
Victory!
actually. Okay, he's saying, I need combat now. I need to stay alive. Trying to just stay alive. There's Reddy, who's still rolling. Has the 3-star Tryndamere. Last second save, I believe, is what was taken there. And yeah, this is sort of as capped as this board is going to get. But the problem is, how long can this board last, right? Because we are still level 6, and we don't have an artifact yet for this Tryndamere, so it's a little bit scary. We'll see if this board can stand the test of
is going
time.
to be attacking very, very quickly with the Quicksilver, the Rage Blade, and the Quick Strikers emblem.
Very true. The thing is, I think Reddy's idea here is to say, I just need a top 4. I don't need a win out. And this board is pretty stable enough that maybe it's good enough for a win out. But here, we're seeing the power of this LeBlanc and this Ahri. There's a pause.
There's a pause?
Leaving us all hanging in suspense. We'll see what happened here. It might have been a disconnection, might have been something else. But oh my goodness. The drama is building as these players now have to contend with the pause. They're trying to figure out what's going to happen next. We're trying to figure out what's going to happen next. It's going to be a close one. And wow, we are basically at the turning point of the game, right? Stage 4-2.
Sure.
It's all going to change now. Stage 4-3. Who do you think is in a good spot, Robin? Whose board do you like a lot right now?
That is a really good question. I like Ripple Overdrive spot, and I think they're playing incredibly well. They are very safe right now. Ego, without having that Prismatic, still seems to be holding strong as well, so they're definitely pretty safe too. They have a very strong board if they're able to keep up with these Prismatic augments. Trying to think of who else. I saw that Kyun was looking pretty rough, unfortunately. But on the flip side, who do you think needs to pick it up a bit?
It's going to be
Who's
feast or
looking rough?
famine for Malala here. Malala is so close to hitting that 3-star Ahri spike. If he manages to hit it, all of a sudden the board becomes almost invincible because this Ahri will take down unit after unit very quickly. However, if he can't hit this Ahri in the next couple of rounds, he's literally just kicked out of the tournament. So it's going to be literally down to these next set of shops. The next 20 shops or so for Malala might literally determine his entire tournament future. It's all or nothing here in just a second once we get out of this pause. Terrifying for Malala, but also exciting because for us as viewers, we get to see if he manages to hit it or not.
And remember, if they're eliminated from this tournament, they're not allowed to play for the rest of the set, as Hanabi said.
Okay, I mean in the pro play circuit, but sure.
Nope, the entire set, Hanabi.
Oh my goodness. They might be taking a break anyhow if that happens. But yes, I honestly, I know he didn't pull for Malala to win, but I do hope that Malala manages to hit that 3-star Ahri because I want people to see the power of this board as we take a look at the standings just to give a sense of what are the stakes, right? What's the stakes leading into this last game? As we can see, folks like David Ace, Kyun, in a big position already, but not doing so well means that they have to try to stabilize here. And it's basically anyone's position to lose.
And like we mentioned, Malala well, like you mentioned, Malala, very feast or famine, needs to find those 3-star units very, very quickly. Otherwise, they're opting for another 8th place and at 53 points and in the middle of the pack. They're going to get eliminated here. But Ripple Overdrive and Brother as well as Ego, looking very, very strong right now. They might climb the rankings a little bit, and Kiyun is at the top of the rankings, like you mentioned, but isn't playing all too well right now. Missing out on that Prismatic Augment has definitely hurt them.
The biggest thing with so many folks so clumped together in the standings right now before this game, 1 or 2 placements, if you can squeeze out 1 or 2 fights where you're about to die but don't, and get like a 5th or a 6th instead of a 7th or an 8th, that could be the difference between you making it through or not, right? So it's really going to be coming down to, can you squeeze out those final few points from those final few fights? Positioning, scouting, all those things might be the difference at the end of the day.
Oh, I'm nervous. I'm on the edge of my seat. I can't wait to get back into the action, but wait, we must.
They're holding us in suspense here as we wait for the final game. I will say that if Ripple manages to win out and get the first place, everything is thrown into disarray, because that means Ripple suddenly leapfrogs everyone for first place in the standings, and then the remainder have to sort of contend with those last 3 spots, right? So everyone is probably sitting there nervous that Ripple Overdrive is doing so well and so ahead with that early misfortune to find, because that Bilgewater comp is going to only get stronger once we get that Tom Kench online and other 5-cost units can start to be flexed in place of those 7 Bilgewater units. And look, we take a look at how well Ripple has been doing all throughout this tournament. He's at a pretty good top 4 rate with a 55.6% top 4 rate, and not that many losses, not that many 8ths. So doing quite well here, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, he's never qualified for the Tactician's Crown. He'd really like to make it to the Tactician's Crown qualifiers next week. Try to finish on top of the regionals to make it into the spot for Americas. We'll see how it goes in just a second. He's probably nervous too, sitting in a good spot, hoping he doesn't blunder the spot. Reddy also seeing an okay spot. He's had a rougher tournament so far in his career, but trying to make it happen. Good average placement throughout this set as well. Trying to make it happen. Never qualified. Holding out the fist. He's going to fight to the death to make it happen. I love that pose, honestly.
Like we mentioned, hasn't qualified before, but is in a very strong spot this game, so we might be seeing them go on into week 2. And if so, then that's definitely a potential to that first-time qualifier, and I would love to see it.
I would love to see it as well. Reddy played very well all throughout the set. Hasn't had that many wins, right? Has not had that many top 1s, but good placements throughout the tournament has meant that he's in a very good spot to make it happen. So keep that smile up, Reddy. You've got a good chance here to make your dreams come true in this last game. Fingers crossed for you as we get into this final game. Still waiting on the players to rejoin. We're waiting on the pause to hopefully be over in just a second as we hold for the last part of this game. Yeah, I mean, it's been exciting to see all these comps that are new enter the meta, seeing all these Mel players, these Bilgewater return, the return of Demacia, as well as 3-cost 3-star reroll for the first time in the set finally feels playable. We'll see if anyone can hit a 3-star Ari as we head back to us, our smiling faces, as we're waiting to see how these players will finish out the game.
Oh, Hanabi, you don't understand. I'm always smiling when I'm with you.
We're back. I'm smiling too
back.
with you as we see Malala going down to dangerous levels of health. 4-3 here.
Kiyun, 13 and 22. David Ace at 37.
Ari, one more Ari needed. Oh my goodness, one more of anything needed. He hasn't found it.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Do we sell
he
the
has to win
Darius?
this
Is
fight
that
to stay
something we
alive,
can
by the
do?
way. Okay, actually no, he can survive one more. Okay, he can survive one more fight. So he needs to lose by maybe like only a couple units or less. He's so close to hitting everything. But it's gonna be tight. Oh my goodness. David Ace's board also looking quite strong here. 2-star Belveth. Only a 1-star, 1-star Belveth with a Darkened Bow, but the 2-star on the Ambessa. Oh gosh, the front line of Malala going down bit by bit. Is this the end for Malala? He needs to kill a couple more units. The Noxus. Otacon doing some work. Malala stays alive. 3
3
health remaining. One
HP.
last chance to hit Ari 3 and LeBlanc 3. Here we go. What's in the shop?
I can feel my heart pounding. We don't even get to see because it comes to carousel. Is there anything anyone could make use of here, especially Milana or Kyun?
I'm surprised Malala took the health. I guess he's looking for burn on the Sunfire, but I really would have considered, given that his spot is only playable if he finds the 3-star, I would have honestly taken a 5 cost to just try to find the 3-star. Like, items be damned, he needs to hit these 3 stars this next turn or he's out of the tournament, in my opinion.
Does carousel affect shop odds? Maybe if it does, then getting that free cost unit will
we go.
possibly help.
Oh, one last set of rolls. Okay, he needs to start selling. He needs to start selling.
He needs to start selling. Sells to LeBlanc and immediately finds one. That's always the worst thing to see, but there's the Darius. Sells to Swain.
Needs at least RE3 here.
There's
I
another
think he's out.
Darius.
Oh man, this could be it. He's itemized this to Arya as much as possible. He's given up the LeBlanc too. He's gonna try to hold. I guess he's debating whether he needs to lock this shot for Darius or not, but for now, we know the last fight, and he's going. Okay, Kyun's also on his last life here. Here we go. Is this Arya gonna be enough to deal with this Void Boar? This Void Boar is pretty decent, so it's gonna be very scary.
It's Void on both sides, actually. Are the R2 Noxus lines going to be able to withstand? And it doesn't look it as Kyun goes down.
Kyun goes down, and
As
Malala
does
goes down. They're both
Malala.
out. Who gets less health here is gonna be a big issue. Kyun got 7th.
Kyun got 7th.
So Kyun does manage to land 2 points here. Kyun does go to 56. That might be enough to keep him alive, but he also might be out. We'll see. It could be enough. It might be enough. It's going to be close. By the way, Bra has
Also, what is
101 gold.
Bruh doing with 101 gold? Yeah, I just noticed that.
101 gold. He might have cashed out something like an Ishtal or a what's it called?
Ooh, maybe.
Or a Ionia or something. Either way, he's got a bunch of money. As we see, we're heading out here. Okay. Vap, Sarah versus BBB. Vap, Sarah with the Void. You know, it's very surprising. Void hasn't been playing that much this set. I mean, this patch, I guess, because it's very well prioritized. But that's given actually, in Bapsira's spot, no one else really wants to play Void. It made it very easy for Bapsira to hit his units, and so he's actually seeing a pretty stable board at this point. All right.
Oh, and David Ace with 2 Darken, actually. Every win that they get is going to give them more health.
So we hit the
Help them
Bapsira here.
stabilize a little bit.
Ionia Invoker line, I guess, here for now, but maybe playing towards, 98 gold, and can still find a Rise next turn, by the way, but rolling down now for just 2-starring any units, maybe? Okay. Yeah, I guess a lot of the board got sold and is just now flexing into sort of a Rise board, I guess. This is very interesting. Okay, Rise unlocked. Is it the return of Rise Ziggs? We might be seeing a Rise Ziggs in this day and age. Oh my goodness, it's Rise Ziggs.
Oh my goodness.
The
And we
board
are
is being
selling
sold and we are replacing the board.
everything. There's 6-2. There's Rise 2.
This is a think fast turn if I've ever seen one. Swain 2 on the board as well. He's just rolling and finding, rolling and finding. Everything is being used up.
This is beginning to look like a real good soup.
5 cost soup if I ever saw one. Shyvana 2, Rise 2, Ziggs 2. They're all here, even Swain 2.
The Ornn on the bench as well as that Lucian Senna.
Oh, and that. Look at the damage.
Gone.
You know what the craziest thing is? I think that Titan's Resolve also just kept the Ziggs alive in that fight as well.
For sure, for sure. Oh, hey, a Vigar.
Vigar unlock.
Vigar unlock. Not going to be
Alright.
necessary, but hey, Vigar.
Okay, replacing, yes, trying to get the Zon involved as well. So this is the old school, almost like a replica of the old school Rise Ziggs board, just no set, no Ionia. But Invoker was the idea here. Does
And that's
oh
the
my
Silas.
goodness, we're selling. Yep. Silas is unlocked. We sold the 2-star Garen, and now we have a Silas to cap out as well. And those items are being moved over, I believe, for now to the Shyvana. Yep. Shyvana with a Zon emblem. Oh my gosh. That is one beefy dragon. Wait for this big boom. Here we go. Kaboom.
Ooh. The rest of the team seems to be going down. Is Ziggs going to be able to just nuke everything?
Oh my goodness. It's close.
My
Oh,
goodness.
not quite.
If only it went for the back line and not the front line, maybe he would have won that actually.
Bro now down to 1 life despite hitting everything in the Ziggs and the Rise. Meanwhile, the others still on quite healthy levels. Everyone around 30-ish health or so. David Ace with a 6-win streak, by the way, playing quite well.
Ready with a 3-star Nico as well. I don't know, that's just something nice to see.
Okay, Bro trying to figure out if he can re-optimize the items here. Moving some of the items around. Adaptive and Rabadon's on the rise, saying this Ziggs did not do enough. And then moving the Void Staff and the Noxus over to the Ziggs to try to give him more attack speed at the same time as getting some shred. Here we go. Now the rise is the main damage dealer now. Silas didn't get to do that much. This Shyvana, though, is staying alive for quite a long time. David Ace, is it enough? Velvet is slapping, vanquishing and vanquishing, but not quite
Oh,
enough.
but it seems to be enough. Oh, well, no, not enough, but the rise and the Ziggs.
We're staying alive for now. Fab0 down to 11 health. Ripple Overdrive now also down to 16 health. Remember, Ripple was at the bottom of the standings.
Oh.
Needs a big win here to stay alive.
Looking at
Emblems on
everyone's
the board
health,
as well.
could this potentially be the last carousel here?
Could be for some of these folks. Righty does manage to find a Freyord emblem, which is actually huge news. Could try to opt into a 7 Freyord board like we saw in the other game earlier. On the last life as well as Bapzera, trying to make it count. Rolling for at
So
least
I'm
something
not
to
sure
upgrade.
what Ego's board looks like, but considering they were down a prismatic, it has not hindered them at all.
I'm very surprised, honestly. I would have expected this lack of prismatic to be very painful, but so far the advanced loan is paying off for Ego where it did not for Kiyun earlier. As we see Ripple also making some moves. Saul finds the Silas. Gonna now place all the items on the board in this transition turn. But facing David Ace's huge Belveth and Mbessa board. Here we go. Is this enough? Double Spirit Visage on the tank. Misfortune gets a lot of Make It Rains off, but this Belveth is still staying alive for so long as the Quicksilver Sash. And Ripple goes down to 1 health as well. Bapzera also eliminated.
Goes down.
Ripple down to 1 last life. Trying to make it count. Rolling down, and rolling down. Opts to sell the Tom Kench for now, saying, not my best unit. Trying to find a Kindred 2. Unable to find the Kindred 2. Still rolling and looking. Either Silas 2, Kindred 2 would help a lot. Found neither. So now down to no Bilgewater here. Has this traitless TF and traitless Misfortune trying to just make it happen. Here we go. Is this a
I'm
good
not
enough
sure
board?
if that was the play, personally.
Fighting for 5th. Here we go. Who's gonna get 4th? Who's gonna get 5th? The Rise on the other side of the board does so much damage and minimizes the enemy team. Senna applies a burn to the whole team with the red buff. Kindred ultimate comes out, gonna shield the team, but that Shyvana is staying alive for so long. This Garen, though, quite tanky with the Juggernaut emblem and the 2 Spirit Visage just staying alive, but the Rise is spreading damage to the entire back line. Misfortune also at dangerously little health. The Caitlyn gonna snipe her in the back. All that's left is 1 Garen, and Ripple Overdrive staying alive, but probably going to go down in just a second there. He goes. Bruh stays alive, gets a top 4.
Ready going down to 2 health here. And it seems like the 2 Darken trait has definitely helped David Ace. Was able to get up to 41 health before that loss.
And he does have the 7 Freyord. Is only one Sejuani away from 3-star Sejuani, which could help boost the team quite a bit. So we'll see how that goes in just a second. Remember, hoping for any useful item that he can put onto this this last item for a Ziggs. Let's see. There's an anvil to choose. A Jewel Gauntlet would be great.
Ooh, Jeweled Gauntlet would be insane.
And here we go. One last set of rolls for Bra. Doesn't manage to find any other upgrades here. So we're going to stay just there and say, okay, I'm out. Probably going to place this JG on the Ziggs. One last fight for him against Ego to try to stay alive. Ego with a 5-win streak can be very hard to beat. Bra is going to have to try to kill as many units as possible. Does move things around. Is going to move the Invoker Emblem over to the Ziggs to try to get him to cast a couple more times. Is it going to pay off? Here we go. Ego trying to make big things happen. The Fiddlesticks on the other side, though, doing big damage. The Rise doing quite a bit of work. Very big booms. And Ego
That
is
was
going to
an
lose this
insane
fight, so
boom,
Bra stays
actually.
alive.
Yeah. Ego has
Already
been
also
so
goes down.
dominant. Oh my goodness. Ego was so dominant in those last few rounds. Bra's board. Just saying, who?
So Bra needs to win, I believe, to make it in, if I'm not mistaken. Probably needs to win. But this board is basically capped at this point. No more gold to speak of. Could try to add a set later.
I
We'll see.
think Bra might be safe here, especially with Malala and Kiyun getting as low as they did. I think Bra is safe.
We'll see. Was it the bottom of the standings? Could make it happen. Yeah, I think actually it is safe. You're right. That's a good wait. Actually, yes, is safe. Is safe. So it's gonna come down to how far does Ego go? Actually, Ego might. Oh yeah, Ego might also be safe. Wait, are all these folks qualified at this point? They might all be qualified. I think these folks might all be qualified. Bra does go down, and it's gonna come down to Ego versus David Ace for who comes out on top. Here we go.
I can like actively feel my heart pounding. This has been such an insane round, an insane game.
2-star Aatrox on the board for David Ace. What a way to cap out. It might be over for Ego. One last fight for Ego to try to win against this capped out board. Bel'Veth Slayers, who said it was bad? It's still here. It's still here to play. We may have changed patches, but this Bel'Veth is looking fantastic with a darkened bow and a Vanquisher spat emblem to boot. Here we go. Bel'Veth is getting going. Slapping. On the other side, though, this Garen's staying alive for quite a bit, but the members of the team are slowly going down for Ego. The Bel'Veth is wreaking havoc all over the team. The Aatrox is slamming all over the place, and down goes Ego, and David Ace wins.
David Ace taking the first place and guaranteeing himself into week 2.
You can see David, look at that smile on David Ace's face. What a victory for him. Huge performances in the last 2 games, going second and first, just barely making it in and doing fantastic in this final 2 lobbies to secure his spot in next week's part of regionals and a chance to qualify for the Tactician's crown against the world's best. What a final lobby here from these 8 players.
For sure. But it is going to be sad to see that 4 players are going to be out. So as soon as we do get a chance to look at those standings, we will see who gets to advance onto week 2 and who unfortunately goes home and is never allowed to play TFT again.
What a game!
I'm sorry,
GG's to
Hanabi.
all the players. No.
Yes,
You
for
can
sure.
poke at me for that one all you want. Well, we're waiting to see the updated standings, but I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be probably. It looks like it's probably gonna be David Ace, Ready, who, and Ego. I think we'll have
That's
to
what
wait
I'm
and see.
thinking.
It's gonna be close, I think, especially
With-
for. Ooh, it's gonna be close.
It's going to be very, very close. But yeah, with Malala and Kiyun placing just as low as they did, I don't think there's any chance of them making it in. But with the insane game that we saw from David Ace and Ego, like I mentioned multiple times this game, Ego did not care about that lack of prismatic. and just showed how dominant a full gold board can still be.
Yeah, the advanced loan really paid off for him, right? Lacking that second prismatic augment that everyone else had, but it was enough to catapult him. And you know the biggest thing is I think is, you can play around a stable board like that and be fine, right? I think we often value these prismatics as such big game changers, but in this case, having extra gold, good enough. It's good enough, and it's good for something. All right, we're waiting on the final results to be confirmed from this regionals finals here in week 1. Who's going to make it out? Our breaths are bated as we wait to see who is in and who does not make it. Huge games from everyone involved. We'll see what happens next. You gotta feel bad for folks like Ripple and Kiyun, who had pretty good. Well, Ripple was honestly win streaking most of the game, right? So it looked like that Bilgewater spot was going to be okay, but just never hit the units he needed when he got to level 9, and just managed to sort of slowly blood out into a 5th place. I think with a 4th place, maybe he has a chance to make it in, or even a 3rd, but not quite enough there.
I'm just doing some math on my own side here. It does look like David Ace is going to be taking that first spot. Kiyun going from 54 to 56. Reddy got a 5th place, was it?
4th, I think?
4th place? It's gonna
So I think it might just
the-
eliminate Kiyun. I think it might just be David
Yeah,
Ace,
I
Ready,
think-
Ego, Babahu, with the folks to make it through. That's my
I don't know,
thought
Ego with a
process so
7th
far.
place goes to 59 points.
Should be good enough.
Should be good enough.
We'll see in just a second as they get the final standings updated here, and make sure cross all our T's, dot our I's, see how it goes. We're still filling things in here. Yep, ready to 58. So I believe, yeah, everyone else will go to higher point totals, and I think that should be, yes, I believe it should be enough to knock the others down. So it will be David Ace, Ego, who, and Ready should be the folks who make it into next week's competition. As we look at all the standings, fantastic performances from Kiyun, Bapsera, Ripple Overdrive, and Malala, but unfortunately not enough to make it into week 2. And as we see at the very top, Wigwug, JRC, Konda 1, Cambuli, 2 of whom actually came through play-ins. The play-in players did quite well. Deleted as well, who made it from play-ins, playing quite well. And Broseph, Crazy Cat, Chengshen Lee, as well as the folks Spencer, Ladder Slayer, Kai Wang. A lot of the play-ins folks actually made it in, which is quite cool to see that their performances on day 0 did quite well.
Upset, no?
Yeah, a big upset to see the play-ins players
Big
doing
upset.
this well.
I love to see it though.
We love to see it. As we wait for the confirmation on the standings. What a weekend it's been here on the TPC. What a patch it's been on the TPC. It's been fantastic to see how well these people play. And if you want to see more stuff and get to, if you like tournaments like this, you guys should come to the Guardian Angel Discord. We have such amazing tournaments for folks all around, and a great community of folks who love to play TFT and love gaming in general.
For sure. And it looks like, from what I'm seeing here, David Ace, 62 points, going to be taking that first spot. Ego with 59, taking the second. Ready with 58, taking the third. And Brother Rahu with 57, going to be taking that 4th spot there. With Kiyun, Babthera, Ripple Overdrive, and Malala, unfortunately, never allowed to play TFT again.
It was, as mentioned before, the top 4 from this game were going to be the top 4 that make it through probably, and they did. Big performances from these 4 when it mattered in the clutch. Fantastic games on their end, and sometimes you got to sacrifice an augmentier just to get an advanced loan.
For sure. It was definitely still very close. Kiyun and Babzera had 56 each. So if they just got one additional placement, that would have given them enough for even some tiebreakers against Purple Rahu.
It was also, honestly, on a personal note, it's great to see Rise 6 coming back. I know it's hard to play this comp, but it was my favorite comp back a few patches back, so nice to see it return. Although I know some folks will not be as happy to see those 2 return in force, but here we go. The final standings have been completed. These are your 16 players who will advance to week 2 of the regional finals for Americas for the TPC Pro Circuit in this set. It's Wigwug on top, JRC right afterwards, Konda 1, Cambuli in the top 4 spots. deleted Broseph, Casey Cat, and Changshan Lee in the top 8. And then Spencer, Ladder Slayer, Kai Wang, Millennium Fox, David Ace, Ego, Reddy, and Bruh Who rounding out that top 16. Fantastic play from all 16 of these folks. Congratulations and GG's on making it through.
For sure, for sure. Super excited to see what happens next week. You have no idea. You can guarantee that I am going to be here watching and casting. So for sure, you get to see more of me. Hanabi, are
Absolutely.
you casting for next week as well?
There's a chance, although it depends on availability. Yeah, it'll be exciting to see all of you guys and all of these players competing, honestly. Super excited for these players. They have worked so hard to get to this spot in a patch that was so different from the last patch. They've managed to master it in a short period of time, doing so much prep work, and they did quite well this weekend. And yeah, going to be very proud of these players. Excited to see how they do in the upcoming games. Looking forward to that next week here. You can catch us here again next weekend, starting on Friday for the Guardian Angel League's coverage of that. That'll do it here for us today. What a final day of action here in week 1. We can't wait to see you guys again in week 2. It's been a pleasure casting for you guys and casting with you, Robin. It's good to cast with you again.
Yeah, I am so happy to be able to get the chance to cast with you again. It's always a blast. Even if you do have to carry my sorry behind.
No carrying needed. You were fantastic. It was great to have you here, be alongside a fellow VTubing caster, and able to watch some fantastic pro plays. All right, that's it for here. That's it from us here today on the cast. We will see you again next week on Friday here on Guardian Angel League. Don't miss the action. You can't wait to see these same players compete yet again. Catch you guys next weekend, and good luck in your solo queue games. Good night.
Yeah, dream of TF2.